Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Brunswick Automart. Save thousands below new car prices on over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutomart.com. NBA All-Star Weekend in Los Angeles gets going tonight. It's going to be the Rising Stars Mini Tournament. Jalen Tyson, the Cavs, going to partake in the event. Tyson, this is the first step to hopefully bigger things when it comes to All-Star Weekend.
It's a step closer to what my end goal is. I do want to be All-Star one day, obviously. I want to be a really good player.
Meanwhile, Donovan Mitchell, the Cavs, going to be involved in the three-point contest tomorrow night and will partake in the NBA All-Star Game coming up on Sunday. Pitch Ben Lively returned to the Guardians, 2-year minor league contract. Lively continues to recover following Tommy John surgery done back in June. Pitchers and catchers for the Guardians had the first workout of the spring on Thursday in Goodyear. Position players set to report on Sunday. First full squad workout for the team happens on Tuesday. Cleveland Chargers last night beat the Raptors 905-134-124. Winter Olympics women's hockey, the quarterfinals this afternoon, big one, as the United States will take on Italy. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards, a goal and 3 assists in 4 games so far in the Olympic tournament. Men's curling this morning, the United States losing to Canada 6-3. Women's curling, the U.S. will face off against Canada. That game starts at 8:05. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Afternoon Drive.
The idea that Monken would like Deshaun Watson is nothing that seems foreign to anybody that's been paying attention to this.
On one hand, if they could move away, if they could just snap their fingers and Deshaun goes bye-bye and you don't have to have that conversation, do I think they would? Yes. If the salary cap wasn't real and you had another quarterback in place, you had this, that, or the other, I think they would, because it's been a failed experiment. But they don't have options. So why not? It's in their best interest to put this out there. Yeah, he looked great. And of course he's going to have a chance this year, because why would you say anything to the contrary?
Yeah, I'm expecting the next 7 months to be some conversation of I can't believe Deshaun Watson looks as good as he does.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
I have no idea if Malik Willis is good at football as a starting quarterback. How could you? He's started, 6 games? What I saw last year, granted with a much better team, was way better than what Shedeur was doing. Now, it's a small sample size, right?
What's your feeling? Which is your feeling? Malik Willis or Shedeur Sanders?
That it's my gut feeling.
You got to gamble on one.
Yeah, my gut feeling is probably that Malik will go somewhere, be a starter, not be good.
Wow.
This is him capitalizing on a 2-game sample size, one that he started, didn't win.
But I asked you a different question.
Yeah.
I asked you your gut feeling, who's going to be better, Malik Willis or Shedeur?
Okay, that's different. That's different because that's not now just based on Malik.
Because if you have a gut feeling that Malik Willis is going to go somewhere and be bad, then we got to have a totally different conversation.
But my gut on Shedeur is that he's probably not going to be a long starter in this league.
But what you just said is why I yelled at you 3 weeks ago. Because I don't want to be making investments on guys that I can't give you a clear argument on to why they should get them.
If we were able to 3D print Ken Carman, and he is now the GM of all 30.
It's going to take a lot of material.
Now he is the GM of all 32 teams. Yeah. No teams would take a chance on Malik Willis then. Because this would be the team to take a chance on Malik Willis.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Your home for Malik Willis talk, 92.3 The Fan. It's almost that he has to come here now.
I was laughing every day.
It has been 36 straight hours with fans.
Every day he makes $3 to $5 more million. More teams are in on him. And now I can't find a pundit that has a bad thing to say about Malik Willis.
I got some audio for you guys coming up after Curtis Danberg at 6:40. We got Guardians tickets for the opening weekend coming up on Sunday, April 5th. Sunday, April 5th, the 1:40 p.m. start. Curtis is going to come in here. We'll give him away coming up in the 6:40 segment.
Just morning. That coming out of your mouth, does that warm anybody up after our 2-month?
Well, no. Today it's supposed to be warm, and then next week it's supposed to someone said 60, close to 60.
Saw 50s and 60s.
That sounds irresponsible. Which
sounds
how this
like
goes.
My front yard's going to be flooded.
Yeah.
Well. You take the good with the bad. You wanted it warm.
And your neighbor's front yard political signs that are still up.
Yep. I'll finally see them again.
Are they still there?
They're going to come washing down.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, good morning. Can I say something here? This is a weird time in sports, and we'll get to more Malik Willis coming up in about 45 minutes because we got Curtis coming in at about 6:40. We'll give away Guardians tickets, all that good stuff. I know I've been opening up emails. I got one after the Pro Bowl games. I think I'm going to get one after this weekend, several after the Pro Bowl games, several after this weekend. Can I just defend? I can't believe I'm in a position to defend him. I can't believe I want to defend him because, guys, you know how business works. You're not stupid. You can't just get rid of all-star games. And I know our whole answer is get rid of them. I hear every single radio show host in America this time of year, we got to get rid of the all-star games. Why? They're terrible. Nobody tries. Yeah, but you guys are all smart. You guys all know that they have to replace it with something because they have major corporate sponsors and that these are like community events and things like that. These are extra added value events for some of their sponsors to go to, like the celebrity basketball game that they had when it was here in 2022, everything else. Like, these are things that you have to replace. So you can't just get rid of it. And we keep talking, well, the ratings. Like, the ratings took a big dip in the Pro Bowl games this year. I don't know why, but they did. And
you don't know why?
I really don't.
I know why.
But it was the same thing last year, was it not?
Well, for me, it's been the same for a decade. When it was tackle football, I stopped watching.
That's why was it this year, is what I'm saying. It was the same product as what it was last year.
It's because, I hate to say it, guys, it's because Joe Flacco and Shedeur Sanders were quarterbacks in this game. So they were two of the worst statistical quarterbacks
Joe Burrow
in the league.
was too, wasn't he?
Correct.
Okay.
He was the third man.
So Jalen Hurts is a star. He's not the elite, but he's a star. Jamar Chase was making plays. Garrett Bowles run. Okay, that's a stretch.
The assumption was that you want to see a few stars, a bunch of guys that didn't belong in the game, play something that wasn't the sport that they are native to.
The thing, I'm not saying people want to, but they did last year. They 4 million watched last year. Now only 2 million watch this year.
So it was Tuesday night at 8 p.m. I've got other things to get ready for.
Well, that's a good point, too.
We did have other things to get. There was a Cavs game, remember?
Right.
There are other things.
Yeah.
There are other things. I get that. But not everybody was watching the Cavs that night. We had the James Harden thing going on.
Saying across America compared to Sunday, put it on in the background while we're doing Sunday, family things.
And I think maybe
the James Harden trade happened during the Pro Bowl games, and then they played the next night, I think.
Well, I think also they watched last year, and maybe they're like, all right, that's probably it. Everybody watches something for the very last time.
Yeah.
It's like there's always going to be a last time.
They learned their lesson?
There's going to be a last time that everybody always tells us, remember, embrace these moments with your kids, because there's going to be a day, it's going to be the last time you ever hold your kids.
That's some of the saddest stuff you ever see. Like, I saw that stuff on Facebook the one time, like, one day you went out and played with your friends, you didn't realize it was the last time you ever did.
Ever. The one time you were going to watch this bastardized version of football, and it was going to be the last time you were ever going to watch that bastardized version.
When I knew my buddies started needing a halftime smoke break, I knew that we were getting close to not playing anymore. And then they would just call halftime in the middle of the first quarter, playing backyard football. There was like 8 halftimes to go smoke Marlboro Reds for my buddies when we were growing up. But listen, I'm not defending the product and saying the product's good. Let the records show I'm not saying it's a good product. It is not a good product. You have to find something that can replace it. Like, can I use an example? We're losing bowl games, right? Why are we losing bowl games? Teams are not committing to them because they want to get their next season ready, even though it gives you more time to practice, but that's a totally different conversation.
There's wholesale changes on these teams the minute the season ends.
There's wholesale changes on these teams the minute the season ends. I mean, good God, let's be honest. I know what sweater I'm wearing, by the way. Oh, by the way, for people watching on
Is that
YouTube
legal?
Live, I am truly a tattooed man today for everybody watching on YouTube Live. And I'll make sure that the parties involved know this coming up later on. However, like Iowa State, they had like 17 players on their roster at one point. Like, there you go, play a bowl game. But you're also losing it because it's harder to find sponsorship. Sponsorship is going to where? The playoffs. You found an alternative that corporations can get involved with. Now, there are some corporations that make the Cheez-It Bowl and Pop-Tarts Bowl. They've made it their own thing, and it's made it like a celebration, right? But there's a lot of it, like the Bad Boy Mowers Bowl. It's like, okay, you can ride around on a mower, but they ain't going to do nothing. So they get rid of these bowl games. And so what can I say or what can I do to get corporate partners to attach themselves to. And also, when it comes to the NBA, like, it is also like a summit for agents, general managers, everybody else, because it's after the trade deadline. Then you have the NBA All-Star Game. It's almost like a convention of NBA stuff. And so they have like their winter mid-season meetings almost. So that is just basketball, inside basketball stuff. But I have to have something to replace it, because if you're complaining that it's like, well, it went down to 1.9 million. 1.9 million is not a lot. That's only 600,000 more than we're at in Cleveland for an NBA championship parade. Across the entire country, 1.9 million is not a lot. That's true. But it's still more than what Franklin and Bash reruns get on a Tuesday night. It's still more than what Going Dutch gets on a Tuesday night on Fox. Like, it's still more than that. So if it's programming, I got to find something to replace the programming. So you got to give me a better idea. And I think the NFL's just out of ideas. Like, this is what it is. This is exactly what it is.
I'm just looking back, the NBA All-Star Game, and obviously it's impossible to try and sit there and compare between past years, past decades, because, now you are competing every event, every podcast, every movie, every song. They're all competing against each other at the exact same time, because you pull up the entire history, the archives of anything, the catalogs of anything. But I'm just looking, like 1993 NBA All-Star Game, Salt Lake City, 23 million people watched it. And then you go back, 2002, 13 million people watched it. That is so over. That is just never happening again. That's gone.
Is there also less options? Or there were less options then?
Of course there were.
Because now
there's less options for everything back then.
I'm a sports fan, right? Saturday night is the dunk contest skills challenge. Tomorrow night. Now it's Valentine's Day. Oh, God, this is going to be in the tank tomorrow. Holy wow. I didn't realize that. First time since 2015, the Valentine's Day is on a Saturday night.
Yeah, the only thing I could think is maybe they got a chance for a spike, because everybody that's going to be at bars and restaurants, the TVs are turned on, and somehow that'll be calculated in the ratings.
Valentine's Day is the day you lock in. Valentine's Day is the day you lock in. You know what you're doing. I'm just saying.
if
There's going to be some Jordan performances tomorrow.
If you go to
you're paying attention.
No, you don't have to pay attention to be counted in the ratings. I'm just saying that it's just going to be on.
Okay, fair.
Because every bar and restaurant basically has TVs now. Although I guess it does beg a question. Do you owe it to your significant other to find a restaurant that does not have TVs? Because there are restaurants that don't have TVs, and that is a different caliber of restaurant.
That's hard, because every place kind of has a bar area.
There's a few that don't. There are a few that don't.
I don't know the last time I've been to a bar without a TV behind where they're serving.
What time are you going to dinner?
Oh, it's 7, 8, right?
Yeah, this starts at 8.
Yeah.
So
it'll be on.
It'll be on, but...
Yeah, but either way. I got a couple ideas what you could do, and one's very controversial. Do you like the way that we do the NFL draft right now?
Yeah.
You're fine with it?
Yeah.
Then you're really going to hate this idea. Are you fine with it too?
Sure.
Okay, because they've kicked around a lottery before, and it's like, okay, well, these two Super Bowl teams are in the Super Bowl. They ain't got to worry about it because they're in the Super Bowl. We have a live draft lotto Tuesday night before the NFL honors on Wednesday night, before the NFL honors on Thursday night. We have the live draft lotto. I'm just because you have to think of something to replace the programming, and that is an obscene. I don't want to do that. I don't like a lotto.
Wait. What you're drafting for? What, the All-Star game or for the actual draft?
For the actual NFL
I didn't understand
draft.
what you were saying.
All the teams that aren't in it, you got your NBA style ping pong balls, because people pay attention to the NBA draft lotto.
Mm-hmm.
Is the NFL a bigger sport? It is. So are people going to watch an NFL draft lotto? They are. And more people are going to watch an NFL draft lotto than a lot of guys running around trying to rip flags off each other's pants. So they're going to watch that.
I was thinking, you're trying to now. Which sport are you fixing right now? I'm so confused.
Well, no, I said, okay.
About basketball.
Pro Bowl, the NBA. I don't know what you do with the NBA. I think you just have it what it is and you deal with it, and that's it. Baseball doesn't need to be fixed. I think it's the last bastion of it. Honestly, I don't know how people feel about hockey. It seemed like the U.S. versus the world worked out, but now you got the Olympics going on. or the Four Nations, I think, worked out. So maybe they'll continue to do that.
Yeah, like it's interesting if you tried to deconstruct why is.
Thank you for making me clarify. That's a great point.
Why is baseball and hockey? Why are their games still competitive? Why do people try in those games? I mean, baseball is so different, guys. You're not really spraining ankles or injuring your knee
because it's just hard to
running and jumping like in baseball.
That's the entire point. It's just hard to fake it, and it's like, okay, a pitcher can go out there and he can throw hard for an inning and a half.
Oh yeah,
and then that's it. And then you pull him out and you got other pitchers in there. In football, it's like, well, anything bad can happen at any time. In the NBA, anything bad can happen at any time. I think in hockey, but they still seem to be okay. They seem to be sturdy.
Okay. Yes, in hockey they are absolutely okay.
They do it 3-on-3 style, which is what like the AHL does that in overtime, and it creates more offensive hockey because there's more chance for breakaway.
The whole game is played like that?
Yes, there's more chance for breakaway and all that.
I didn't even know. I was going to say, when I was young, the NBA, why didn't they care about injuries back then? It's because they understood in a 48-minute game, 42 minutes, we can go out there, entertain a crowd like you would if it was Rucker Park or AAU. Like, we can go out there and people still want to see Kobe Bryant. They want to see Kevin Garnett. They want to see LeBron. But then when it gets down to it, and they can do that in a safe way, but then when it gets down to it, if it's a close game in the final 5 minutes, and this happened, it seemed to me like every year for a decade, they'd be like, all right, who are the real stars? We had some fun throwing alley-oops from half court. Now it's the final 5 minutes. We're going to slap the floor, and we're actually going to play. Well,
except when Kobe did it to LeBron, which is a video I saw of Kevin Garnett talking about, and I was like, well, that's a good point by Kevin Garnett.
Well, and that went out the window at some point where they wouldn't even do that. They wouldn't even buckle in the final 5 minutes. And so that killed it. That was the end of the NBA.
I just want something different than turning on the mic and going, All-Star games are terrible. Get rid of All-Star games. You can't do it, and you know you can't do it. And there's no conversation to that. Like, I got to figure out something better. And so, like, the NBA, it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking of the NFL. And it's like the NFL is a bigger sport. And I don't condone this, but don't think they haven't thought about it. It's like, okay, put an NFL draft lotto. Put the general managers on TV. Put an NFL draft lotto. Who gets the number one? There's one quarterback this year.
100% obviously watch that.
Oh, God, you know exactly everybody would watch that. They'd watch the everlasting hell out of it.
But is it worth it to you're essentially spoiling the whole point of the merits of your season dictate where you draft, which is as a Browns fan, I mean, who's had more top 5 picks in the last 30 years than the Browns?
Can I just add this?
Now you're telling us we might only get a 15th pick or a 20th pick.
One more little point. Maybe we can ask Daryl about this coming up at 8:20. One more little point. You're going to add an 18th game. And the arguments for tanking are out there like crazy. You know you're going to get load management. Like, what would be the intrigue Tuesday night of the former Pro Bowl games? All right, like, there's one quarterback in this draft. The Browns may need a quarterback. Everybody's watching. Everybody's watching. And you don't have to play Pro Bowl games. You can have a crowd out there. You can do whatever you want.
Interview players from the team. Can you imagine Myles Garrett getting interviewed?
I don't support it as a classic football fan, but as a person who loves a show, it's hard to turn that down now that I'm thinking about it. But that's the only one that I think really, the NBA, I don't know. I do defend the dunk contest. I think it's hard to think of fun things to do. 216-474-0092. All right, Curtis Danberg going to join us 6:43 this morning. We're going to be giving away Guardians tickets later on. April 5th, that Sunday game against the Cubs. We're going to be giving away Guardians tickets then. And, guys, we're all excited for the future. Quite literally, and I think I'm going to get myself upset, James Harden former fan bases are laughing at us. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on The Fan.
luxury, a Woodhouse Spa gift card, or indulgent spa experience, because no card can say it better. Visit Woodhouse Spa in Rocky River or Pinecrest, or go online at woodhousespas.com. Woodhouse Spa, where love unwinds.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Curtis Denberg, Guardians VP Communications and Community Impact. He's coming up at around 6:42. We're going to give you away free tickets coming up on April 5th. That's Sunday to go see the Gardos play. Playing the Cubs. Because that's the time you play the team that you went 7 games in the World Series with. Right there when the weather's lousy. Thanks a lot. When it was a husband and wife team making the schedules, it would have been better. And everybody, you guys all want your AI. That's what you get. Congratulations. AI don't care about your history. Only your data history. Anyway, coming up at 7:20 this morning, Ryan Wilson going to join us on the show. The Dangerous One, Daryl Ryder, 8:22, and of course coming in hot at 9:45. All right, now, and by the way, Ryan Wilson, there is a name that's a sticky wicket at number 6 that a lot of fans are starting to already getting verbal fistfights over, and I'm going to mention one name at 6. That pick 6 coming up at 7:20 this morning. So Landry Locker tweeted at me, our old producer, guy who's on radio in Houston and Dallas and Texas and the whole thing. And he basically was laughing at me because I heard what James Harden said about loyalty and basically mocking loyalty. And I'm like, hey, I can take it at face value. I know what it is. I also know that he plays for the Cavs, and so I take it in a different way. And there are a lot of people who are seeing Cavs fans in the beard thing and all that stuff, and it's just a wait until you see, buddy. I mean, you were telling me about it. I didn't hear afternoon yesterday. You told me that there was a negative reaction by one of the guys on yesterday.
Yeah,
I know Daryl was on. I don't was he negative?
No, Daryl was so excited. I think he was at the game.
Yeah.
And he could not stop talking about how the city is buying it, and Nick couldn't stop interrupting him with, Daryl, it's 3 games. Like, so Daryl was like, yeah, I'm excited about my team is now, capturing the imagination of fans, and national people can't stop talking about how the Cavs are definitely better and definitely a contender now to make the finals. And then Nick kept putting up the stop sign. It's been 3 games. You're familiar with the history, the checkered past of James Harden in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
He was total buzzkill. It was a total buzzkill.
He ain't rooting for them to lose, is he?
He was accused of rooting against them.
Well, you planted that seed in my head, so that's why I'm like, no, he couldn't be rooting for them to lose. And then I didn't hear
the tweets.
It. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was getting tweets. People were coming after Nick, going, "Why are you being you're being a buzz?"
But the Browns are going to be so much better than we all think.
He seems to be very excited about the Browns.
When they got to replace the entire offensive line, and they got to find another wide receiver, and they're already paying a guy, Jerry Jeudy, when nobody really wants him here. Okay. Anyway, yeah, well, I'm hearing that. You can hear the annoyance in my voice. You can hear how annoyed I am because I'm looking at this going, guys, if anybody, like I did get a couple of people who were still against it yesterday when we were going over the games and things like that. And I'm going, hey, man, like I'm getting the just you wait thing. And I'm saying, I know it's going to end badly. Wholeheartedly, I know. So record the audio. Because when it does end badly, I'm going to go, yeah, I have to deal with this. This is what I signed up for. To me, it's not like we love James Harden. Everybody's in on James Harden. You can give all the beards you want. It was a celebration the other day. And you know what it was? It was a celebration that you can actually achieve what you've set out to achieve over these last 8 years now, that you actually have a chance to do it. Because, guys, with Darius Garland, no offense to that young man, you weren't getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. You weren't doing it. It was impossible to do it. We all knew it. We didn't want to say it. Yes.
Well, you said it's going to end badly. What if it just ends?
Well, nothing ends well. It just wouldn't end.
He's old.
I know that, but
I think there's a possibility that it's not like they have some big right off into the sunset thing, but it's just over. I don't want to.
Yeah.
End badly indicates to me that we have set the franchise back.
Well, okay. You sound like the end of Ferris Bueller, by the way. I hate to bring up these things because they're negative, but here we go. What I say by end badly. Say you don't win a championship. Say you get to an NBA Finals. To me, that's success. To me, that's okay.
I agree.
Thank you.
Well,
you.
and also-
It'll be the first time without LeBron James that you made it to the finals.
Yes.
And we cannot underestimate what that means. What you just said out of your mouth, Owen, is so important. Getting to the finals, and you didn't have probably the all-time best player.
Exactly.
To put the team on his back.
Exactly.
And to create the entire set of circumstances that you could do it.
It can be done.
It validates your organization. And what do you think that does for Donovan Mitchell? Now Donovan, for the first time ever, changes his legacy.
Yes.
A guy that the rap on him, as nice of a guy as he is, and as drama-free as most of his career has been, unlike so many other superstars, it's like Donovan Mitchell can now get past the second round.
For some of the people who might be, and I think I'm arguing to a vast minority here, but for some of the people who might still be arguing against it, including people on air, and that's fine. They're allowed to have their opinion. Like, guys, do we not see the forest for the trees? They are the NBA Finals. It's the NBA championship. They don't just hand these effing things out, guys. Like, you got to go and you got to earn them. We know better than anybody. 2016, the movie. 3-1, the whole thing. They don't just give it to you. And you needed the player of the generation, arguably the greatest of all time, to do it. It validates so much about your franchise, what's possible with the ownership, what's possible in the city. It validates so much just to get to the finals. And I don't want to go over negative scenarios here because I just don't like it because I feel very positive about this team and really way more positive than I felt really over the last 2 years about this team. Right now. And it's not a honeymoon to me. It's just basic facts of one player being so much better than the other one. And let me just say
it's
this.
a reinvigoration for me.
Yes. Owen didn't even want to talk about him. Sorry,
Yeah,
it's true.
I stayed up and watched him in Denver the other night. And I'm not even that big of a basketball fan, but it feels like it's a chance to redo my fandom in it.
When I say end poor, say they don't win the championship, they make the finals. One, that checks it all off to me. I don't care then. And I'd be disappointed if they don't win the finals. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to be saying that this thing sucks and everything's terrible because then I'm just going to accept what the fate may be. James Harden might just get old, and you're looking at him in 2 years going, oh, gosh, he's lost a step. Oh, boy. Donovan Mitchell might just decide, you know what, this has been fun. I got to go. Goodbye. And then, that ends badly. James Harden, if he shows his ass or something like that, it would end badly. If he doesn't, hey, we got the best version of James Harden out of all you guys. So, I'll still laugh at all you people that are saying, you just wait, buddy. You just wait.
I just to me, it's as far as like an intellectual exercise of, being proven right. Yeah, you know what? Odds are James Harden is not going to win the championship this year. Okay, you're going to be right. So say it. You'll be right. And you know what? 18 out of 22 years, LeBron seasons ended without titles. 11 out of 12, Giannis's seasons have ended without a titles. 9 out of 10, Jokic. 13 out of 14, Kawhi Leonard. Are those the best players in the game? Root against all of them and say they're not going to win a title every year. And you'll look smart on the radio if you play that clip at the end of the year. You'll be proven right.
I do want to show this. This is what's fun, though, because we'd like to do things out of spite here. I think you should take this as a badge of fun and go with it and run with it. Because you got to realize this, guys. Like, I'm seeing the nasty stuff. The you just wait until the other shoe drops. Don't say Landry sending me text. Don't say I didn't warn you about James Harden. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm going. There's a fan base in Oklahoma City, which, by the way, February 22nd, it's going to be here before we know. Oklahoma City at Oklahoma City with your Cleveland Cavaliers.
And I will be watching all the games up to then, doing my research.
The Oklahoma City Thunder, the Houston Rockets, the Brooklyn Nets, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Los Angeles Clippers. That's 5. Pretty big fan bases. Okay? Are you ready for everybody to be rooting against you? Because there's a lot of people who don't like James Harden, including a lot of people here before that trade went down. There's a lot of people who don't like James Harden. They're going to be rooting against us. If we make the finals,
even better.
I'm used to being
even
the underdog.
Sweeter.
I know, but I'm used to being the underdog and being like, hey, we're lovable. Except against the Cubs in 2016. That one kind of threw us for a loop. But I'm used to being the underdog in a lot of this stuff, and everybody's like, come on, Cleveland, go out and do it. It's going to be different now, man. People outside of James Harden, when you have him, do not like him and say nasty things about him. And if we get to the finals, like you guys, you better get ready to wear the black hat. And I think a lot of people are going to enjoy that, especially if you go out there and win the thing. 216-474-0092. Curtis Danberg going to join us coming up in 5 minutes. Your chance to win Guardians tickets coming up. And, I mean, can we talk a player? Can we talk it into existence of a player coming here? Because that's seemingly what we're trying to do right now. I don't know if anybody notices it. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, that player coming up after Curtis at 6:43 on the Fan.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work. During our trade-up,
Center. Call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
Travel unobstructed 77 north from Gent to 90, 480 east from 176 to Warrensville Center, and 71 north from Center to West 25th. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Pitchers and catchers have reported to Goodyear, Arizona. They've had their first workouts. The spring training season starts on February 21st. It's a split squad. Curtis is like, you're a football guy. You don't know anything about baseball. Yeah, I know about baseball, buddy. I watched the Ken Burns 9-part documentary. Actually, I only get through about 7 innings. I'm like, all right, this is too much Red Sox stuff. I've had enough. Anyway, Curtis Danberg joins us in studio right now. He is joining us, and he is the Guardians VP of Communications and Community Impact. He's just one of their great vice presidents, because that's a lot to say. Hi, Curtis. How are you?
It's great to see you.
It's great to see you.
It's about time, right?
It's great for fans to hear you. Yeah, the Punxsutawney.
Think spring?
Yeah, well, because like the groundhog saw the shadow, and I used the line last night. I go, well, yeah, the groundhog saw a shadow, but we get the first sign of spring here, as pitchers and catchers have reported a Goodyear.
It is one of the things I said. Just you saying that, teasing that you were coming on the show. I'm like, doesn't that warm the soul? Does it warm the heart immediately?
It's been a rough winter.
It's been 2 months we've been trapped in one room in our house with the kids. We cannot go outside. Nobody. First of all, they don't even want to. Second of all, my wife's nervous about, what, you lose a finger here or there. Come on. It's 2026. Grow up, kids. You got to start to learn about it.
They might fall through the lakes.
Yeah. Well, we stay away. We stay away from the lake.
Better ease up over there.
We stay away from the lake. That is a conversation that we've been having for the last few days. But anyway, there is the thought, like, all right, now as the pitchers and catchers report, we had these landmarks. We always have, like, hey, the equipment trucks are taking off and everything. And it's like, oh, yeah, baseball's around the corner as usual. It's going to happen.
And we start the season on March 26th.
Oh, my God.
Out in Seattle. And then we're 49 days away from opening day right here at Progressive Field.
All right. I don't know. I'm on a fishing expedition here. I'm just going to ask you, how's the situation with the stadium right now? Are we there? Are we all finished up and ready to go?
Pretty much. So the seats will be done completely. Yeah. So all blue seats at Progressive Field. And then the other big projects were some concession stand enhancements.
Enhance.
Yeah.
We like enhancements.
But the core projects were done the past 2 years, and we're going to be ready to roll.
Well, state of affairs right now, as obviously the big news over the offseason has been, my God, Jose Ramirez, he did it again. Like,
that was unbelievable.
And came out of left field quite literally for people like us. Maybe were we not paying attention close enough that this was even in the offing, that there was going to be some kind of contract extension, and that was going to make sure one of the beloved athletes in modern day history in Cleveland was not only going to continue playing for the Guardians, but he's going to retire a Cleveland all-time great athlete.
It was a great jolt to the team, to the organization, to the fan base. And, it was an underlying current and conversation that over the past year, but it really happened fast. I mean, we had a big meeting. Paul and David Blitzer and Jose came in, and within less than a week after that meeting, we're announcing an extension.
But I thought that was the most interesting part about this was people were wondering, is Blitzer operating in the shadows, or is he going to start to become more in the forefront? And for him to be a part of these conversations, that got people really thinking about, oh, that's right. This is somebody that we need to start to get introduced to. We need to start becoming more and more familiar with.
Yeah, we don't know when that time's going to come, but it's going to come. And this extension extends into potentially when David takes over as majority owner. So it was important for him, for Paul, to have David a part of that conversation.
Curtis Danberg joining us here on the show. So what are some of the things that we have to give away coming up here soon?
Well, hey, promotional schedule will kick in. Mm-hmm. Some fun new items. We have the Kyle Manzalorian bobblehead.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on a second.
How about that?
You can't just keep moving past that. You're going to have to give us a little bit more.
Manzardo is going to be the Manzalorian bobblehead.
Manzalorian.
Yeah, how about that?
All right.
Little Star Wars play, so we're going to have some fun with that. You guys mentioned, we talked about the Cubs opening day. It's the 10th anniversary of the 2016 team in the World Series. Believe that or not, 10 years. Think about that.
Is there going to be a reunion of sorts at all?
There is.
Or?
We're going to do it on May 14th. We're going to have the golf outing with a lot of those guys in town. May 15th, Reds are in town, so we'll have Tito and Knapp will be in town.
Oh, that's how. Well,
so it ties it in.
That all comes
but we're going
together.
to bring as many guys as we can in for that weekend, especially that Friday night. We'll have a big celebration. That Saturday, we're having a Rajay Davis bobblehead commemorating his big homer. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We have a Jose Ramirez camp shirt. It's like a Hawaiian shirt with Jose Ramirez's face all over it. It's kind of cool. And then we'll roll out the Rock and Blast and the fireworks and the Sugar Dollar Dogs and all the fun.
Television-wise,
Yes.
it's always kind of a question. So I have to. It's kind of the same as it was last year, but tell people where they can find you again.
The best way to explain it is if you had us, however you did it, whether it was on cable or if you streamed us, it's the same way to do it this year. $99.99 for the entire season. If you want to be a new customer, again, go to clegardians.com/watch, and you can do that. I think there's all this conversation, the new MLB ESPN deal. It's more for the MLB package this year. It's going to be a lot of the same. So we're excited to bring you Guards TV and roll that out just like we did last year.
Do you feel like now it's been a transition, and I think people are finding this out in the NBA and with the downfall, by and large, of the regional cable model? Have you been able to not only explain, clarify to fans, how this has happened, why this transition has taken place, and do you feel like they every year, especially the younger fans, get that this isn't your father or grandfather's cable network where we all knew the games were going to be in one place forever, and that's just what it was going to be as part of your cable subscription? Like, do you feel like now more and more, because people were upset at first, obviously, but that's not just a Cleveland thing.
Yeah, there's a process, and there's a couple new national TV wrinkles, but for the most part, that's why the cleanest thing to say is if you were able to watch this last year, it's going to be the same way. MLB just added 8 teams in the past 2 weeks. So we're up to 15 teams that have joined the MLB model and have gone away from FanDuel and that RSN model. So it's changing, and it's going to continue to change.
Curtis Danberg joining us, Vice President. I don't know how much you can get into, but I saw a story. I remember STO was a Cleveland Indians / Guardians thing.
Correct.
I saw a story a couple of weeks ago in one of our trade publications that we look at, Barrett Sports Media, the whole thing, where there are teams that are considering their own regional network again. Do they reach out to you guys about the history about that? Because you guys were like really the first to do it.
If they have, it's been kind of very small. Texas did that last year. It sounds like Atlanta's going to do that this year. But it's a different landscape than it was when we launched STO.
Yeah.
Because of the streaming mechanism, which MLB really kind of owns that aspect, and the linear model, the cable that's declining. So that's where the money was back in the day when we launched STO. It's just a completely different world.
All right, where can they get the tickets again?
Tickets go on sale Monday at 10 a.m. 216 day, February 16th. CLEGuardians.com. Obviously, 6-packs are going to be available. Tickets, including opening day for all 81 games at Progressive Field. So we're looking forward to getting things going. Like I said, 49 days away on April 3rd.
The sensational Curtis Danberg, Vice President of the Cleveland Guardians. Curtis, thank you so much for the time.
Great to be back with you.
And it's great to
Go
see
Guards.
you. And it's great to give away tickets again. Caller number 8, 216-474-0092. That's 216-474-0092. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Guardians take on the Cubs. Yes, Sunday, April 5th. 1:40 p.m., Progressive Field, all courtesy of the Cleveland Guardians and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Caller 8, 216-474-0092. Caller 8, you have that chance to go see the Guardians take on the Cubs on Sunday, April 5th, 1:40 p.m. All right, I said I was going to play this audio for you. I wanted to play this audio for you. We got Ryan Wilson coming up at 7:20 this morning. I asked for people to say something good because I'm like, hey, I'm open-minded. Give me something good about this guy. All right, here's Chris Sims, former NFL quarterback, son of former NFL quarterback Phil Sims, on Dan Patrick's show about Malik Willis.
No, I think Malik Willis is a superstar, right? I would think he is the crowning gem of guys that's going to be out there as far as free agents that you can get, no compensation, trading, any like that.
Why wouldn't Pittsburgh go for Malik Willis?
If I were them, I'd be looking at that. You're exactly right. I mean, Malik Willis has proven. I mean, he's got special talent. He has a special arm. He's got special mobility. He knows how to run the offense and do all of that. So, yeah, He's a great story here. And again, another story of like we looked at the draft and, again, I was a Malik Willis fan coming out. And it was like, okay, yeah, I know Kenny Pickett can play in the pocket, and he's very good in the meeting room. And I'm so sick of that damn dumb discussion all the time with some of these quarterbacks. And I'm going to go, oh, yeah, how did that meeting room and in the pocket work for you, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia Raiders? How about the guy that has a ton of talent and can make game-changing plays and just needs a little polish and needs to be coached a little?
That sounds great. Chris Sims, Dan Patrick Show, says something that's fantastic about Malik Willis. However, I heard something yesterday on this station from Ben Solak that is the antithesis of what I want them to do and what could spell certain disaster, even more so after 8-26 over the last 2 years, certain disaster for what Andrew Berry's trying to do. That coming up in 5 minutes with Ryan Wilson at 7:20 with a name at pick number 6 that's going to have you and your buddies fighting all spring long. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work in the free Odyssey app.
This is
then be unable to go anywhere else next year? Or do I want to give myself the flexibility of waiting a year and then being kind of the most desirable defensive coordinator out there?
Listen for the MMQB's Albert Breer, Tuesdays at 5:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in 20 minutes, we got Ryan Wilson who joins us on the show. There is a hell of a name at number 6 that makes a little bit of sense. Makes a little bit of sense, but you don't play the right position, and I don't think you're going to like it. But I need to ask him coming up at 6 o'clock about that name. Because I'll just give you guys this hint. If Lima asks him about him, you're going to say Homer. If I ask him about him, you're going to go, oh, okay. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I will say on that one. Also, Daryl Ryder is going to join us at 8:20 this morning, who he thinks is going to be the defensive coordinator. And even if he gives me I have no idea, I'm going to force a name out of him. It's going to happen coming up at 8:20 this morning. So I asked you guys yesterday. It seems like we're going to try our best to talk Malik Willis into existence in this city, which is fine. I mean, as long as he works out, obviously.
But you say that. I don't think – we haven't run an official poll or anything like that. But it's far from the majority of fans would want to go that route, right? Like most fans do not want to go the Malik Willis route.
You know what? I haven't really asked if they even want Malik Willis. Because, we've had this – we've been fighting over – not have been, but we had a fight yesterday over Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders when Mary Kay said that Deshaun Watson had a 40% chance. There were a couple of people. One guy, I woke up overnight and he said – Deshaun Watson and with Todd Monken, that's tantalizing. I go, tantalizing to wake up the echoes of what he did 6 years ago? It's not tantalizing. It's unrealistic. I'd much rather have Shedeur get a crack at it. Hell, I think even you might be on my side of the aisle on that one right now. But when it comes to Malik Willis, I don't know. Do you think that they'd want him? Do you think people would sign up for Malik Willis right now?
I think most people would be like, why would you pay for another quarterback when you could just ride out this very, very, it's pretty clear. Well, then this is a rebuild year. Why not just ride it out for free, basically, with Shedeur Sanders? And then if you have to, fine. If Watson, if there's an injury, if Shedeur, for whatever reason, can't make it through the year or is benched because it's clear he hasn't gotten better or whatever, then fine, we'll see some games out of Watson, but it's the end. It's the end of an era.
I'll make the argument. I'll say that if I'm not the right guy to do it because I don't mind Shedeur at all. But if they were just looking at him going, well, none of these guys are going to work out, then you got to do what you got to do. But you have to believe that Malik Willis is going to be able to get you closer. Like, I don't need to make the playoffs year one with Malik Willis. I think it would probably be unrealistic considering all the other things you need. But it just costs you money. It doesn't cost you picks. So you can still have another nice draft class and try to put something together. Now, I know how realistic that comes off to fans. Probably not, but you got to try to plan for all scenarios here. If you got to like 8 wins this year, from 3 to 5 to 8, that's nice. 8 and 9 with Malik Willis. You're thinking about that second year and adding more talent to him and guys in year 3 and year 2 blossoming. If you got the 9 wins, hell, you're laughing, even if you don't make the playoffs. If you do make the playoffs, then you're really excited. But I just want to know if anybody's really sold on him here in this city. Because you just asked a point. We've been arguing about Malik Willis. I haven't really heard a lot of fans say one way or another about him. But I did want to be sold more on Malik Willis. I'll play this Chris Sims for audio for you again. This is Dan Patrick's show. This is former NFL quarterback, current pundit, Chris Sims on Malik Willis.
No, I think Malik Willis is a superstar, right? I would think he is the crowning gem of guys that's going to be out there as far as free agents that you can get, no compensation, trading, any like that.
Why wouldn't Pittsburgh go for Malik Willis?
If I were them, I'd be looking at that. You're exactly right. I mean, Malik Willis has proven. I mean, he's got special talent. He has a special arm. He's got special mobility. He knows how to run the offense and do all of that. So, yeah, he's a great story here. And, again, another story of, we looked at the draft and, again, I was a Malik Willis fan coming out. And it was like, okay, yeah, I know Kenny Pickett can play in the pocket, and he's very good in the meeting room. And I'm so sick of that damn dumb discussion all the time with some of these quarterbacks. And I'm going to go, oh, yeah, how did that meeting room and in the pocket work for you, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia Raiders? How about the guy that has a ton of talent and can make game-changing plays and just needs a little polish and needs to be coached a little?
Oh, that sounds nice.
All right, so I've been talking up Malik Willis a lot. I'm desperate. I'm desperate for quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, you
and
are.
this gets you into trouble.
Well,
Being
someone's going to
desperate,
tell you to make a desperate move here in a second, and it's going to throw me off the rails, but go ahead.
And being desperate can also get you into trouble. Like, I think Cavs were a little desperate. Maybe we'll see. We'll see with James Harden. But with the Brown situation, to say that Malik Willis is proven, he is not proven. He's the antithesis of proven. The thing he did was he capitalized on the smallest sample size possible in a big way in week 16 and week 17 in the NFL against, playoff type teams. I know the Ravens didn't end up making the playoffs, but, that game felt like a must win situation that he played in. Ironically, he lost, but it wasn't his fault because he went nuts in that game. It was unbelievable, and that's why he's going to get paid now. So to say he's proven, he's not proven. He made the most of the smallest of sample sizes. And in the NFL, it's like betting on a stock. The more you see of guys, then, they can get exposed. He has not really been exposed since he got this second lease on life.
So here's Ben Solak yesterday, ESPN on Afternoon Drive, and he says something that I was yelling about not doing yesterday.
I think that we're going to see his market get inflated, in particular this offseason, because the quarterback class is so bad, right? After Fernando Mendoza, the draft is really not an exciting spot. The best options on the trade market are Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa in terms of pure talent. A Malik Willis signing is extremely high risk, high reward, which is one of the reasons why I projected for the Browns, because I think that's the sort of move that Andrew Berry kind of needs to be making at this stage in his GMing tenure there in Cleveland. And so it comes with a ton of risk. If you look at what those guys got as a percent of the cap, and then you adjust it for 2026 numbers, $20 million is about what we should expect from Malik Willis. I would not be surprised if it's more, given, like I said, the dearth of options. That's what I'm projecting for Malik. I am in no way, shape, or form ignorant of how much risk comes with signing a player with this little experience.
No, that if you're not ignorant to it, then say don't do it.
Well,
I don't
wait
need
a second.
to be stuck even more.
But that's the whole thing here is, much like in the way that number one overall pick, let's say the Raiders want Mendoza, who's obviously never played an NFL game, and it's a projection, right? Well, the Malik Willis thing is a projection with a little more information now. You've seen the bad of Malik Willis early on, which no one really blames him for, and now you see with more development, spot start, came in relief in another appearance, so you got a little more information than you would say on a total rookie. And so there's going to be now you got to pay more. You got to figure out whether or not it makes sense. And obviously, you got some teams that are in position to be a little more risk averse.
But when you say risk, when you're saying high risk, high reward, what did I tell you about yesterday? When he says he needs to be doing that, man, if we're operating this way, then you should have just let him go. Damn it, I'm having a bad feeling I'm going to be sitting here saying at the end of the year, you should have just let him go. Andrew Berry. If we're going to act like this is a 1 year or bust type of thing, then you should have already let him go. His job is supposed to be to plan for your future, for the next 3 years, not just this year or bust. Like, you may have to make decisions to go, you know what? We're at the end of this. We have to go for the gusto here. You're going for what? What are you going for this year? None of us think that this team is going to be a surprise. Does anybody? You're allowed to be a fan. I'm a fan. Does anybody really think, gun to their head, that this team is going to be a playoff team in 2026? If you thought that they could go and win a Super Bowl, yeah, damn the torpedoes. Let it ride. Bleep them picks, in the words of Les Snead. No. So why am I making, especially for quarterback, why am I making a, quote, high risk, high reward when what am I going to get out of it?
Well, okay, so high risk, I don't know, it's not like
he says high risk, I'm just using his words.
Yeah, it's not like you're paying him $50 million, right? You can come back from paying a quarterback. You're seeing a lot more of this, right? You're seeing a lot of the Daniel Jones type situations, the Geno Smiths, and, it was mentioned, Jimmy Garoppolo at one point was kind of that. Because he had played in New England, but small sample size, so he was able to get a contract, and he ends up going to the Super Bowl. But not good enough to win it, so how does that factor in? we'd love to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, getting there is one thing.
We'd
all
love
right?
to do that.
In hell.
So I don't think it's as big a risk. It's not insane risk of like, hey, we're going to pay him $40 million or $50 million. Starting quarterback money. What's the franchise tag of quarterback this year in the NFL? Isn't it like $50 million?
I get that, but I told you yesterday.
This is well below that.
But we're making arguments about money. I do not care about money. I care about time. I don't want him, if he comes in here and we just win 6 games again next year, that's not going to do anything. If we just win 5 games and we don't have a high pick and then I got to give up the farm for God knows who, I'm going to put that guy in a bad situation. We can run the risk of being right here again. If we happen to naturally be terrible again, then fine, so be it. Let's do quarterbacks and let's get the hell away from all this mess. If he ends up winning 9 games, I could go, hey, we didn't make the playoffs, but obviously he's played very well considering there's very little offensive line. I mean, they'll have more offensive linemen, but you're still not going to be sold on your offensive line. You're damn sure not going to be sold on the weapons that he has to throw with. But I could give you a hell of an argument if they win 8 or 9 games with Malik Willis, but if they don't, then we're stuck again.
You say wasting time, and that's, that's relative, right? Like, there are a bunch of people that think they're wasting time with Shedeur this year based on, just the numbers, the output last year. The fact that he was a 5th-round pick, like most 5th-round picks who then were dead last in any kind of number, they would not be the starter the following year.
I understand that.
So this is a very different situation.
I understand that.
So you could make the argument, are they wasting time? Now, I'm willing to give him a shot. Like, I'm willing to at least give him a competition. Problem is, if you go out and get Malik Willis, there's no competition.
No, he'll be you're giving up $20 to $30 million a year.
Yeah.
He's number one.
Now, the franchise tag I saw is $47 million for quarterbacks.
We'll have people calling in just to cut Shedeur Sanders because they want him out of here.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, but we understand, like,
fans of Shedeur will just want him out of here and say that the Browns need to cut him.
If you, for sure.
That's what I'm pointing
Also,
out.
if you trade for 49ers backup
Mac Jones.
If you trade for him, he's also starting.
Jeff Druckenmiller.
Right? He's also starting. If you're putting any kind of assets in, you're then doing that. So I look at it. I don't think it's high risk to pay a quarterback $20 to $25 million and then structure the contract so that if you want to get off that in a year, you can.
I got to be growing or I got to be dead. One of the two. I really got to grow. He's got to take advantage of whatever he has because then I could give you a hell of an argument and go, look at what he did with just Jerry Jeudy and God knows who else and Harold Fannin Jr. Look at what he did with 3/5 of your offensive line still up in the air. And even with a bad, you can say, well, they got the easiest schedule in the NFL. I don't give a damn. You're still one of the worst teams in the NFL. So if he carries them to 8 or 9 wins, I'm feeling pretty damn good, but he's got to get there because I can't just go back to purgatory. 6 wins, 5 wins is still a bit of a purgatory there. I'm willing to ride that because I think Shedeur is more boom or bust. I think that it's like, man, if it's bad, it's going to be real bad, and we'll naturally get to a place that we need to go. Or it'll be good, which probably is least likely. I got to be honest with you. Less likely. Coming up in 5 minutes, Ryan Wilson going to join us on the show. He doesn't play wide receiver. He doesn't play offensive lineman. But he's a name you know and love. And if the Browns pick him at number 6, you guys might get in a fist fight over him. Who is he? Ryan's going to tell us in 5 on The Fan. Peter and Company Jewelers. Who are
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
I'm going to tell you right now, coming up later, I think this might be the best damn idea we've had for a Super Bowl halftime show in a long-ass time, my friends. Can't believe I'm saying that. Just got over the fight over the last halftime show, and I'm ready to gear up for another one. Right now, let's gear up for a fight with Ryan Wilson. He joins us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's from CBS Sports. He's their NFL and NFL draft guru. He's also the co-host of the With the First Pick podcast with Rand Carthon. He joins us right now. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, Ken. Good morning, Anthony. How you guys doing?
I'm doing well. The Browns finished 5-12. Well, Lima's doing pretty good too. Browns finished 5-12 this year, and we are really stuck on offensive line, wide receiver, but versus best player available. For a team that needs offensive linemen, for a team that needs wide receivers, for a team that has a top 4 defense, how do you weigh it all out, Ryan?
Yeah, no, I think that's where you start because it sounds like, and obviously you guys know better than I do, but they're going to roll with Shador and maybe Dillon as a plan B. And if that's the case, you got to fix the offensive line because the offensive line was a mess due to injuries and now expiring contracts. So I would start with, unless there's an Arvell Reese situation that happens to fall to you with that number 6 pick, I'm leaning towards offensive line. And again, you guys can inform me. It feels like DeJuan Jones is going to be the left tackle when he's healthy. And if that's the case, someone like Francis Mauigoa, the right tackle out of Miami, that would be someone I would be very interested in. Spencer Fano, right tackle out of Utah, would also be someone I would be interested in. And then because the wide receiver class at the top is going to be a little deeper and a little more diverse. And I think you can circle back with that second first-round pick and find a wide receiver there if that's the path you so choose. But as people who watch a lot of Ohio State football, would you be more interested in someone like Carnell Tate, for example, the wide receiver at number 6? Because I could certainly get on board with a conversation like that as well.
Well, I think a lot of people would. But let me throw another Ohio State Buckeye at you that you didn't mention. The Browns' defense is really good. Now, you mentioned Arvell Reese. That was a curveball for me. What if they considered, and he's got to be there, what if Caleb Downs was there at number 6? What do you do if you're the Browns?
I take him. And I've been talking about this for the last few weeks now that we're sort of full in draft mode here. He reminds me a lot of Troy Polamalu. And I say that with the qualification that I know he is not Troy Polamalu. And then I follow it up by saying if he gets 60% of Troy Polamalu, he's worth a top 10 pick. He is special. The thing is, he's not going to look like Kyle Hamilton or Derwin James getting off the bus. He's probably going to be 5'11". I think Troy was 5'10" and change when he came out. Ed Reed was under 6 feet, and he ran a 4.57. Caleb is probably going to test off the charts, and if you just watch him play, it doesn't matter. Like you don't need to see him run around in shorts and t-shirt to figure out he's a good player. And honestly, Ken, that you bring it up, if Arvell and Caleb are on the board together, it's a long conversation. Typically, you want edge rushers, off-ball linebackers, and then work your way back into the secondary. But I think Caleb has a chance to be that special.
You know, that seems to keep popping up. Most of the guys that are doing what you do for a living or pay attention closely, they keep bringing up, like Caleb Downs might be the best overall football player in this draft. But obviously, the draft, there's always the age-old question, is it about need or is it about best player available? Are the Browns in position because of so many needs on that offensive line, so many needs at wide receiver, where they could neglect and do best player available, they could neglect those positions of need as they're trying to turn around this offense as they hired an offensive first head coach to fix the offense, and then, boom, your first pick in this draft is a defensive player?
Yeah, no, that's right. That's the math you have to do, and I think if you go down that road, Lima, the follow-up is, are we going to try to replicate what we did last year but actually win football games? By that I mean dominate defensively with Myles Garrett leading the way, but have enough duct tape and chicken wire to hold this offense together, and fingers crossed people stay healthy. I think at some point you need some dudes on offense to help out the skill position players you have out there and the quarterback, potentially year 2 quarterback, that you're going to roll with. So at some point, I know we talk a lot, you hear best player available as we go down the stretch here, but at some point you have to get good football players to fill needs as well. And, yeah, don't misunderstand. Francis Maunoa is a fantastic football player, and he would be a day one starter. You guys know about Carnell Tate. I'm sure people listening to watch Ohio State know a lot about Carnell Tate as well. He would be a day one starter and a huge upgrade over their current wide receiver room. So that's the math you have to do. Ken, I will not bring up Kenyon Sadiq as to not anger your listeners.
No, I was going to bring him up myself.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, okay. Let me bring it up. So when David Njoku said he was leaving, I was like, well, time to watch some Kenyon Sadiq, more Kenyon Sadiq video, and I got lambasted for that. And I go, well, hold on. He ain't a hand in the dirt tight end, so it's not like we're bringing. Ben Coates was a great tight end, but I'm just thinking of a tight end that was a blocking tight end that people will remember. It's not like he's a blocking tight end. He is more of a hybrid. He can run the route tree. He can do a lot of things for you. And if we're still talking best player overall, like I need talent. I need talent at any position. And frankly, I mean, if I'm sold on the guy, and I can't say I am right now, good God, it's February 13th, Ryan. But if I'm sold on the guy by them, I don't necessarily trust Andrew Berry to pick a lot of wide receivers. If I think he's the best player available, then fine. Sell me on Kenyon Sadiq at number 24.
24, that's right. That's what we're talking about here. And you talked about he can play in the slot. He's big. He's physical. I know the pushback is, well, we just drafted Harold Fann in the third. I understand that. But obviously, maybe Monken does things differently, but they played a lot of two tight ends just last year in Baltimore, unless I'm misremembering. And I think that Kenyon has a chance to be an upgrade over David Njoku. And he can also block. He can play in line. He did a lot of blocking for Oregon. His numbers in 24 were better than 2025. That doesn't mean he's not that same player. He's also a huge asset on special teams. I know we don't talk a lot about that in the media when we're talking about draft prospects, but that's an important part of what NFL teams obviously like to do. And he would probably show up and be the second best wide receiver on that team after Harold Fannin Jr., which, again, they have to figure out the wide receiver room. But if he's the guy that you like at 24 and 5 receivers are off the board and you've already taken an offensive lineman, I don't know why you wouldn't consider it, because he is a fantastic player, and we saw what Harold Fannin Jr. was able to do when he came in, and he made some strides as a blocker as well. He wasn't blocking a lot of Bowling Green. I think Kenyon Sadiq coming out is a much better prospect than Harold Fannin Jr. I'm not saying he'll have that sort of rookie season, but he gives you a lot of the things that you're looking for, checks those boxes if you're the Browns trying to improve an offense.
Right now we're joined by Ryan Wilson. So it seems like every pundit, and maybe you are in line with this, every pundit I've seen when it comes to the wide receivers has some variation of Tate, Lemon, and Tyson as the wide receivers, the top 3. Does your list match that? And how do you distinguish between the 3? Because they're very different.
Yeah, Tate's number 1 for me, and he's big, strong, fast. He got a lot better, I thought, in 2025. And you throw the ball if he's coming down with it. Mekhi Lemon's number 2 for me. He has a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown in him. I think he could be like Jackson Smith and Jigba level good at the next level. I loved him at USC. My number 3 is a little controversial. I'm on an island on this one. We'll see. I like Denzel Boston a lot out of Washington. He's 6'4". He's big. He's strong. He's fast. He has punt return ability. Someone who's 6'4" had a touchdown return last year. The question will be speed. I thought he played fast, and then the comps to Keon Coleman, which is something you don't want heading into the draft. And then it's Jordan Tyson. The only reason Jordan Tyson is there, Lima, is because he struggles to stay on the field with injuries. Nothing serious, but the soft tissue stuff that keeps you sidelined. And, you got to be on the field to play. And then it's Casey Concepcion, who out of Texas A&M, sort of like Mekhi Lemon in that he's more of a slot guy who can play outside, has return ability. But those are the 5 guys that are probably going to have a real chance to go in round 1. 3 of those guys for sure, probably 4. And then if you're doing the math, if you're the Browns, is 6 too high for Carnell Tate? Will Mekhi Lemon be there at 24? Will Jordan Tyson be there at 24? Any of those guys upgrades the wide receiver room. And then you have to do the math that Kim was talking about. Who brings you more value, a wide receiver or someone with the versatility of Kenyon Sadiq who can push the ball down the field as a receiver, but also add something in the blocking game and special teams and on with that stuff.
What I like about Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports, he's not just NFL draft, he's NFL as well. So I can ask him this question because you have flexibility to do so. If you were the Browns, would you go out and get Malik Willis to solve their quarterback problems? Is he that much of an upgrade over what they currently have in their barn?
I think he's an upgrade, but the The caveat is the math, all the stuff you have to do. I'm so tired of talking about Deshaun Watson's contract. I feel like he signed a 50-year deal. You have to do the math to figure out that to make that to work. I think if there was no Deshaun Watson in this equation, I would give it serious consideration. But all the money tied up in that guaranteed deal is the issue, I think, because Malik has outplayed Shedeur and Dillon. They've only been there 1 year. Malik's first year wasn't great in Tennessee. But we've seen Todd Monken get a lot out of quarterbacks who are sort of dual threats, guys who can throw and then obviously run the football. And some of the things that Malik did last year, even the year before in spot duty, was pretty impressive given how down folks were on him once he got to Tennessee after being that third-round pick out of Liberty. So if we're living in a world where the salary cap could be erased with a snap of the fingers, absolutely. But in reality, I just think it's too much logistically to have to sort of move around to make it work financially for the Browns to pull it off.
Well, see, that's the beauty of me is I don't believe in the salary cap. I think it's fake. So let me ask you again. You're talking to a guy who doesn't believe in the salary cap, right?
Okay.
And you can move things around, as Andrew Berry has kicked the can down the road many times. Would you go out and get Malik Willis? Is he enough to get this team back on track to get to the playoffs here in the next couple of years?
Yes, and the qualification is he's going to be better than Ty Simpson at 24 or any other quarterback in the draft, and then he's better than I don't know a free agent quarterback that would be a better suited or even a guy that you could trade for realistically. So yes is the answer.
Yeah, I laugh. So many people are going crazy because Malik Willis is getting more and more conversation each and every week, and I laugh. It's like every day he gets another $1 million to $5 million, depending on it. And I said, what an amazing scenario for him that you don't get overexposed. You only come in relief in one, start another, both national TV games. Both games, they were like must watch by if you're an NFL fan because the stakes were so high. Both teams had to win the games in both those games. And he came in and played so well, and then that was it. So because of that, you're left wanting more, and that sometimes creates a market, especially with the scarcity of the quarterback situation in the league right now.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Matt Flynn. Matt Flynn balled out for 25 minutes, and he parlayed that into a pretty big contract in Seattle, and I think he promptly lost the job, if I'm remembering correctly, to rookie Russ Wilson.
In camp, he fell to like third, like instant buyer's remorse. They could tell immediately that was a mistake. Would that happen with Malik Willis, who has such a great arm and is such an incredible athlete?
Right, that's right. He's a completely different player, and that's worth pointing out. Look, that's when you got to rely on Todd Monken's years of experience, especially with quarterbacks, to make sure he gets this right. That does not make Browns fans feel any better about sort of betting the farm on another unproven quarterback. But this is the situation that the Browns find themselves. I feel, again, hope isn't a plan, but it certainly seems like if you put – and I think the bigger takeaway is this. We saw it with Baker. You guys know that first and foremost. We saw it with Sam Darnold. Fit matters to such a degree that we don't really take seriously until we see it with our own eyes. So you have to put a lot around whoever the quarterback's going to be to have that success. So we talked about the first-round pick with the offensive lineman to bolster the offensive line, getting some weapons offensively with a wide receiver or a tight end. And then that makes life easier for whoever the quarterback's going to be. So can it work? Yes. Does a lot need to change? Absolutely.
10 seconds on my end because Lima has another one. It sounds like you would pass on Ty Simpson if you were the Browns at 24, if he was there.
Yeah, it's not a good fit.
Okay, I'll take that. I like that. Go ahead there, Tone.
The Fernando Mendoza comments, how eccentric he is, what kind of a teammate, a leader he could be, command of a locker room. Well, we just saw him win the national championship and do everything he needed to do in the Heisman Trophy year, yet I see people say that there'd be very few drafts where he'd be the number one overall pick. Does that kind of mesh with what you see and what you hear?
No. Last year's draft would have been between him and Cam for sure. One would have gone 1, one would have gone 2, just whichever one you like the best. In terms of the quirkiness, which I absolutely love about him, I talked to Kalen Blackett, his running back at the Senior Bowl, and he said day one, we love that guy, and then you see him play, you don't care sort of he makes goofy comments. And I talked to some folks around the league that said the same thing. He said older guys will embrace someone like that because he's pure as the driven snow, to use a term my grandmother used, I believe. He's as solid as they come. His intentions are good, and he wants to win. And by the way, you can be the best leader on planet Earth. If you're throwing, short hopping balls to your receivers, that doesn't matter. You can be goofy and weird, and if you're throwing lasers, they will embrace you. And I think that's closer to who Fernando Mendoza is going to be. And I think you want that as opposed to someone you got to have, Pac-Man Jones, where Jerry Jones has to hire guys to follow him around to make sure he doesn't get in trouble. You want someone who is headed for Las Vegas to be a guy who is not going to be embracing Las Vegas till its fullest.
Well, I actually know the guy who was hired to follow him around. So, it's all come full circle here. Ryan, thank you so much for the time. Obviously, we're going to be tracking you down again soon, so keep your phone on.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ryan Wilson hosts a great podcast with Rand Carthon, former NFL GM, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. That podcast is with the First Pick podcast. You can find it on the free Odyssey app as well, courtesy of CBS Sports, at Ryan Wilson CBS on Twitter. Fernando Mendoza has to have more sex to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL is a real opinion that someone on this station had, and we'll tell you who said it in about last night at 7:44 on The Fan.
Anthony Lima.
much can happen around the globe that we never hear of.
Embarrassing. We got to be better on defense.
It won't matter till April. I think we know that. Y'all gonna write us off. We could go 82-0, no one would care.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him. How he couldn't please his wife, and so now he's divorced.
Put a damn winning team on the field.
Now, the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
So, love him or hate him, I think we found a new reason why someone may not like Fernando Mendoza. So, this occurred on our station, like you teased. This is courtesy of Westwood One Sports Night with Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham. This is Linnell Willingham trying to justify why he doesn't think Fernando Mendoza would be a good quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I just don't get how, like, guys like Dave
the reason
Brugler
why you said you don't want him on your team.
Look, I would like for my franchise quarterback to have. I would like him to be more sexually active. That's all I'm saying. He needs.
This is why you weren't in on Tebow.
To have, I want my guy to be able to, with the pressures of being the franchise guy in Sin City, he needs something to take the edge off. And I don't want it to be something that's on the NFL's banned substance list. Who knows what the hell's being sold corner to corner in Vegas?
It's continuing.
Bear with me. Are hookers on the banned substance list out in the NFL?
I mean, no. I don't think so. I don't think they're
Seriously,
on the
though,
banned
about
substance
Mendoza.
list.
Real quick, because I think people are probably... I'm starting to get subconscious about how I feel about him because you all are trying to roast me for it.
Shout out to the sex workers, though. Shout out. Big fans of the show.
Is that the end of the clip?
That is the end of the clip.
Good. Okay. I was waiting for them to go even further into hell.
The reason, because well, first off, he said subconscious instead of self-conscious, which again, I'm not gonna criticize him too hard for that one because it was a take that he had at like 2:00 in the morning.
Well, I think that you're sitting there thinking and you go, I can't believe what I just said. I can't believe I just said he needed to have more sex.
But I love that Josh. I love that Josh Graham brought up Tim Tebow though, because I'm like, well, I mean, if you're looking at it like Tim Tebow 2.0, Fernando Mendoza is. I mean, he not like Tim Tebow 2.0?
I don't know.
But he has a championship and Tebow doesn't.
I don't know Linnell Willingham, so I'm not going to try to explain what he meant by it because it's like the only way I could explain such an opinion is that you're like, well, they're grown men. Most grown men. No, I can't. I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to try to explain that.
Tim
opinion.
Tebow has 2 championships,
and he's had sex now. Yeah. He's married.
Hold on. The whole point.
Congratulations.
The whole concern about Vegas in general with their sports teams is you gotta do your best to avoid the pitfalls of everything that is available 24/7 for you in that city.
That's what he's doing.
Many have failed. And so Mendoza seems like a perfect fit in that regard.
So you want him to get addicted to ladies of the evening? Is that what he's saying? Friends of the road? Is that what Linnell is saying here?
I would like him to be more sexually active.
He doesn't have any vices. Let's give him a vice.
I think his larger point is, can he fit into the very, very, it can be confusing. It's a lot of different points of view in a locker room, but
this is the most serious I've ever seen Anthony on any take during this segment ever.
I'm just trying to figure out where he's going with it.
You are so serious about that.
Hold on. Is he saying that he doesn't think that he can be a leader in a locker room? Because I've seen a lot of people insinuate that.
I guess so. Because he might be a little too corny.
Because he's abstinent, he can't be a good leader?
I didn't even know he was abstinent.
I don't know if he's not. I have no idea.
I
have no idea. I have zero clue. I try not to pay attention to that.
I'm asking Grok right now.
Okay, ask if Fernando Mendoza
better than Grok.
But my issue with what Linnell says is that to get over the vice, he needs to do more of it. So like when Lima skied, he needed to do more skiing to get over the skiing. So it's like the same thing as like when you get caught smoking cigarettes back in the day. Do kids smoke anymore?
They vape. I don't think they smoke cigarettes.
So when you got caught smoking cigarettes in the day, your dad's like, you're gonna smoke that old carton right in front of me. Is that it? You're gonna have all
just get it all out of your system.
The friends of the road now. Like that doesn't make any damn sense.
When Tom Brady came into the NFL, wasn't he considered a total dork?
But he was also like a 6th-round pick, though. Like he wasn't a Heisman Trophy winning overall #1 pick.
I wasn't looking in his bedroom. I didn't see between his bed sheets. I don't know what he was doing.
It also doesn't help that the picture from him from the combine is like him in his boxers looking like the least athletic person you've ever seen.
He looks like a lot of guys who are about to do what they're going to do tomorrow night. Let's be honest. All right, we're moving on. Go ahead.
So let's talk about LeBron James. Last night, the Lakers beat the Mavericks 124-104. LeBron James put up 28 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, and he became the oldest player in the NBA with a triple-double. This was LeBron James after the game, after the win.
I'm a goofy-ass 41-year-old kid. I think people should know that by now, right? That's just me. They pay me to play basketball. Like, why wouldn't I be happy about that? I get to be with my son and my teammates and people, all these unbelievable fans. They've watched me throughout my career, and they give me all the support and love. And it's like, I enjoy what I do. So have fun. You see me on the court. I just love what I do.
Every time he talks, it's like the end of a movie. There's a lot of retrospective stuff going on.
I'd also like to know what was the question that got him
to talk about
to
that.
respond like that.
But because
he was asked if he still enjoys playing basketball. That was the question that was asked of him.
Why wouldn't you like getting a triple-double at age 41?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Now, here's the question. Will he get another one? Like these lasts. We like to talk about the last of everything, especially someone like him. And this is going to come up because obviously the question is he going to be a Cavalier next year? And I'm starting to think it's like a foregone conclusion.
I feel like, honestly, after that answer, it feels more and more likely that LeBron James will be a Cav next year because if he's asked if he still enjoys playing and he's got this, like, why wouldn't I love it? I'm a 41-year-old kid. I get to play with my kid. I get to do this. It sounds like he doesn't want to be done. But we've heard from Jason Lloyd and from other national reporters that LeBron James is probably done in L.A. And if he's continuing to play.
So where else would he play?
They want it to be in Cleveland.
The only thing I could think about is, like, New York. It's the only other place I could see it.
Maybe it feels very.
I don't know if he'd fit in there though.
He's LeBron.
Because like when he went to LA, that made sense to me because it feels like he fits in with LA because he likes doing movies, he likes doing celebrity stuff, and he likes playing basketball. He can do all of that in LA.
It's just, to me like a place. If you're going to a different place, it just comes off very like Franco Harris, Emmitt Smith. Like you're kind of in places like, well, I can still play. They just don't think I can play anymore. And it's like, well, I don't want to remember you in that jersey. So it's like, no, you're a Cleveland Cavalier. You played for Miami. You played for Cleveland. You played for the Lakers. I get all that. You come back to the Cleveland Cavaliers. One more. Go ahead, quick.
All right, so we have these comments from Joe Judge, doubling down, by the way, because earlier in the week, this is the Ole Miss head coach, by the way, saying that players should put football above everything else, including family. And then he doubled down because he testified in court yesterday on behalf of his quarterback, Trinidad Chambliss, looking to get another year of eligibility. So this is courtesy of Pittsburgh, Mississippi courtroom footage.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not going to be a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season. We're going to have a baby during the season. And you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season. That father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's Full Metal Jacket. You do whatever you want with him. He can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have different priorities.
Sir, the question was, should he get another year of eligibility? Why did he get to?
I don't know.
Why is Joe Judge saying that?
Think of his analogies, too, where they go as such a football coach, like Full Metal Jacket. Like we're having a conversation about whether you're going to be a good father, a good husband, what's more important about all that. And he's using analogies like Full Metal Jacket, and you're not going to be waking up on doing the feedings and helping your wife. Absolutely not.
He's talking
or your
about,
girlfriend.
He's talking about educating his football players. Shouldn't he be educating them more on, like, hey, maybe don't have a baby during football season? Like, I feel like that's the smarter thing to do rather than say, hey, if you have a baby, all of the work is going to be on your wife.
Conceive a baby 9 months before
You got to do that. Yeah,
got to do the math. I mean, they're in college. They're smart. They should be able to count up to 9.
But now here's the thing. Now they got money. And they all have the money that's out in the open.
Just because you have money doesn't mean you have time. If you're going to have kids, you have to have money and you have to have time.
These players have way more money already when they have their kids than we have.
But they have no time. But, like, football takes up their entire life. They have no time. Like, you need time and money for a baby, not just money.
Daryl Rutter. He's got time and money. He'll join us at 8:22 this morning. And James Harden arrived and immediately ruined a wedding. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. That's in 5 on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m.
I'm going to ask Daryl that question at 8:20. That's one of the weirdest things he's ever said on the internet, and that's saying something. I think I got to trap Daryl at 8:20 about something he just wrote about another city and facilities and being able to host events. That's all I'm going to say right now. Speaking of big events, Backstreet Boys say they want to play the Super Bowl next year. I think you get them. I think you get NSYNC, 98 Degrees, O-Town, 5. Can you think of anybody else? I'm thinking of all that I can. At least the big three.
LFO.
Well, the one died. I think it was the lead singer, right?
Was that F?
I believe it was. It was L.
ELO, but that's a totally different conversation. Mm-hmm. You get all the boy bands. At least the big three boy bands is what you get. Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, 98 Degrees, right? Those are the big three?
Yeah.
Okay. Get them out there, have them do a halftime show. Who says no?
Well, not only that,
Who says no?
There would be so much anticipation. Are you bringing out Britney Spears? Are you bringing out
there you go.
Christina Aguilera?
There you
Mandy
go.
Moore?
Will she be wearing clothes? Will she be juggling knives?
I know they all had, New Kids on the Block.
I mean, there will always be somebody on your Facebook friend list who thinks it's satanic. You can't get away from that. But in all honesty, I didn't grow up listening to NSYNC Backstreet Boys. I got them confused. The one commercial that I said the one guy looked like you, I didn't know that was Backstreet Boys. I had no idea. All I know is it's what I can turn on in the background while we go on trips with my family that I don't have to worry about. Like if I'm driving and I'm listening to Star 102 with my family while I'm driving, it's NSYNC is going to come on. And I don't have to turn the station. I'm not going to be bothered enough by it to turn the station. It exists because it's something I grew up with. And I think it might connect it, and I don't have to deal with hardcore knockdown, drag-out fights over the Super Bowl halftime show.
I do think, my wife, I'm sure, Anthony, your wife would like those groups. My wife, that's how I think about the halftime shows is generally the game's for me, right? Mm-hmm. My wife will watch the game. She watches football, doesn't love it, but watches it and can be entertained by it. But she is, when Usher was the halftime show,
I think it's fish in a barrel. I think that you see them all for the first time. Some of your wives haven't seen them in 20 plus years. They all show up. We can all go, oh, they still look really good, or oh boy, life's gotten to that guy. They're probably not, because they're all, the reason that they sold records in the first place is because of their look. You bring them all out. You have them do the halftime show. It's exactly what you said. Is Christina Aguilera going to show up? Is Britney Spears going to show up? Is Jessica Simpson going to show up?
Now,
Timberlake's out there. Is Janet Jackson going to show up?
Is Rachel Black going to show up? These are all possibilities.
So, obviously, no matter who they pick, it's always now in the internet age going to be controversial.
No,
because
I don't think so.
This would be immensely controversial.
I'm not paying. It's going to be immensely controversial?
Yes. There are a bunch of people that will, first of all, be who? Young people will be like, who are these people?
Yeah.
That'll be out there.
They did the same thing with...
How will this play in the urban community? Because you got... is it a rotation each and every time of we got to go to various demographics we've got to appeal to?
I think they just have to find...
Usher was huge because he probably appealed to...
there's always going to be the metalheads are going to be I ain't going to, and then they'll secretly sit there and you'll see them tapping a toe.
Because you're with people.
They will.
I think
a toe tapper.
The man in the leather vest ain't going to tap toes.
Well, no, I said secretly. I didn't say that he's going to be out. Look at these toes. Look at these tootsies a tapping.
I've got the vest
Fred Astaire
in my mind right now. I'm playing it out.
He's a great example. I don't think Kenny would want any of those people. At the same time, I think he would watch the show. There's some nostalgia factor there.
Yeah, for sure.
I just think that did they go on a big tour recently?
They have been. All those groups have been doing the Bring Back the 90s tour and all those type of things. And I think they were over at Rocket not too long
Just
ago.
stuff them on the halftime show. I don't think it would be that big of a problem. They try to pick whoever wants to do it anymore. And if they want to do it, fine. Knock yourself out there. We're already in a big commercial anyway before the Super Bowl, so you might as well just throw them in the halftime show.
I mean, one of them just did the Sphere, did like a residency at the Backstreet Boys, maybe did a residency at the Sphere. So it's a big deal.
I was going to say we're getting one of those, but we're not. We're getting that big theater bar thing.
We're getting an oblong.
Is it called Cozen?
Not Kosai.
That's in Columbus.
Not Cozy.
Chasm.
Chasm? Slappy. Samsonite. James Harden's come to Cleveland. This Cavs conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside, who ask you to always, please drink responsibly with their hard iced tea. Please drink that responsibly from the fine folks at Surfside. And Lima, first off, someone thought that Lima was jinxing everybody, which you're not. You can always make plans. You had somebody who has set out to you that we need to make finals plans.
Yeah, we know when the finals dates are.
You have the schedule.
Yeah, they're fixed. So we don't know when the Eastern Conference Finals would be, but we do know the NBA Finals, as they try to continue to make that almost more of an event than the All-Star weekend. We know it's going to start Wednesday, June 3rd, and it's going to end on a Friday, Game 7, if it goes 7, Friday, June 19th, which coincidentally would be the exact 10-year anniversary of the Cavaliers' 2016 championship.
This is kismet.
So when I wrote that,
this might be fate.
I had a bunch of people say, nice job, you're jinxing it. Is that a such thing? I'm giving out the calendar.
That isn't.
How is that a jinx?
If you're afraid that Lima's jinxing it, you're either making a joke or you're afraid to walk outside in the morning. You're like the brother in Better Call Saul. The other part of it is that you had people saying that there's weddings that they're scheduled to attend during some of these performances.
Yeah, already some people are noting, I think June 13th is a Saturday. And I guess that's a big wedding day. And now when we had LeBron.
It's your birthday, by the way.
It is. And also your son's birthday.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you. You're on the show. I don't care about him. He didn't take the trash out, so, he's dead to me. I don't care.
So maybe by then, at his next birthday, he'll be old enough to know better.
Yeah.
So of all of these dates that kind of come up, and somebody said we're going to be in the Dominican Republic, that time. Like, had we have had LeBron, would you not have planned any of these weddings or trips? For 4 years straight, were people not doing that with LeBron?
Well, it depends on, is it their wedding? Is it their personal actual wedding that they're getting married?
Wedding they're invited to.
They're just invited to it, or do they play a role in the wedding?
Not sure.
Because you just don't have to. I've stressed this to everybody. You do not have to go to a wedding you don't want to go to. Like in the fall, we always do this. It's almost become hacked because everybody does it now. You do not have to go to a wedding you don't want to go to. If you want to stay and watch Ohio State versus Rice or something like that, then you stay home and watch Ohio State versus Rice and send a nice card with some money in it if you want to. That's all you need to do. You don't need to go to these things.
Most of these are going to have 9 o'clock tip-offs, right? 8:30 tip-offs.
8:30. They're all 8:30.
Well, if it's 8:30, I mean,
we're going to have the ceremony done by then. I'll be way into that open bar by that point.
That's a good point. You'll be past like the money dance. You'll be past the the father-daughter dance, the mother-son dance.
Your necktie will be around your forehead at that point.
Yeah, the old people are gone by that time. So you can if you really wanted to do it. See, this is an opportunity to party. Like even make it better. You could do if you're really a big Cavs fan and you have a wedding scheduled for that June 13th, right? You can go ahead and say you probably already have your time set with the church and God knows what and everything else. So if you're getting married at like 2:30 and then the reception starts at 6, I'm just trying to think about my own. The reception starts at 6 or whatever. Reception starts at 6. Make sure we've been introduced, we've done the dances, we've done the garter, the whole deal. 9 p.m. tip off, 8:30 because they say 8:30, but they never start on time. 8:45, boom, we're done. Elderly, get out of here. Mom, Dad, it's been fun. Now this is a Cavs event.
Generally, by like 9:30, 10, we're in the party bus going to the local establishments anyway.
Now, the wife has to be on board with that. The bride.
Yeah.
But
if you're having your wedding near downtown and it's a home game, are you going out
that's
to
the
Gateway?
Thing. I just looked.
Because they're going to have the TVs out
so
there.
They're not going to be, the home games aren't on the weekends. So you get deprived of that in this setup, unfortunately. They're all going to be, weekday games.
They're going to have the watch party in the arena.
They will have the watch parties. Just overall, like, is it crazy to even start talking about this? Because I'm getting a lot of that.
No,
it's crazy that you guys are even mentioning
And it's crazy
the
that
NBA
Vegas
Finals.
has them as the favorite to win the Eastern Conference.
And to go to the NBA Finals.
It's crazy that you think it's crazy to even talk about that. I don't give a damn. They got James Harden. They're clearly a better basketball team. You don't have Jason Tatum yet with the Boston Celtics. They won't have Tyrese Halliburton with the Indiana Pacers, and they're an afterthought anyway. The Detroit Pistons are a good, tough basketball team. They might be a bit of a tough out. But if you don't get to the NBA Finals, it would be disaster. It would be a massive disappointment. Let's call it what it is. But I think we need to start making plans for the NBA Finals. I can't say you need to just make plans for the Finals parade, but you need to make plans for the NBA Finals. I think you have to be open to all this. I'm trying to think of anything. I don't have anything in June. I got my stuff out of the way in May. Early May is when we're leaving town. But June, wide open, brother. You need to make plans to get ready for the NBA Finals for that. It's only good, responsible planning for you. This is a team that might be on a collision course with the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll get a preview of it coming up next Sunday.
I just the one thing I know we got to go. What I don't understand is people keep bringing up our playoff failures, and again, that was with Darius. But we know that James Harden has had his issues in some of the biggest games in the playoffs. He's got him there to those games, but then has had really bad performances. But if you're saying that, like if you're Nick in the afternoon and you keep bringing that up, what are you saying about the Knicks? What are you saying about whatever version of the Celtics this is? What are you saying about Philly? What are you saying about Toronto? What are you saying about Detroit?
They're not.
So are you poking holes similarly into all those teams? Because then you're just being a hater. If you're just doing it for Cleveland, and as somebody who's been dubbed a hater, takes one to know one.
Big time hater.
Like, if you're only pointing out the flaws in the Cavs and not the setups with every other team, you're officially a hater.
That is the famous Anthony Lima takes one to no one defense.
It's a good point. Coming up next, the dangerous one, Daryl Ryder. I want to know who he thinks is going to be the defensive coordinator. Does he think the Browns are going to be better than we all think? There's other people on this station who do, and there's something he posted about another city that I have to ask him about as well. The dangerous one, coming up in 5 on The Fan. K&K.
6-3. See if the ladies can get some revenge. Right now, the U.S. and Canada scoreless. They're in the second end. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Interesting trades already considered, in the words of Kramer. That coming up at 8:45. Daryl Ryder joins us now. Who's he brought to you by?
Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Hi, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
Daryl, are we getting close to a defensive coordinator?
I sure hope so.
Do you have a name who you would like?
I'm down to either Tarver, Bander, or Undlin. Those are my top three.
Wow, so two that are already here.
Yeah.
Now, why is that?
Well, because they're here. They know it's here. They know how Jim Schwartz ran the system the last 3 years, and that would be seamless. Undlin has history with the Schwartz system as well. And so I think those are the three that probably would be the most seamless of the candidates that they are talking to.
I think I feel the same way. I just wanted to make sure. Tone, take her away.
I heard you yesterday, on the afternoon show, kind of going into whether you think the defense can maintain where they've been at. It is something that we've all just assumed. Like, okay, the defense is going to be dominating, and then if you just add something to the offense. Is that a fair assumption because you do have Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Carson Schlesinger in year 2? You'd like to think that he continues to progress. Is that a fair assumption, or do you have to be careful because Schwartz was such a great defensive coordinator?
Well, I don't think you can assume anything. Year 1 with Schwartz as defensive coordinator, they had the number 1 ranked overall defense. The second year, there was a little bit of a step back, and then they bounced back this past season. So I think it's just natural to expect that there will be some slippage. Now, do I think that the defense is going to completely fall apart? No, I don't. But I don't know that I expect them to play at the level that they played these last 3 years without Schwartz. I think just there's the natural ebb and flow from year to year. But that should be balanced out by significant improvements on the offensive side of the ball. So, that's just kind of how I think this is going to go without even having an idea what the offensive side of the ball is even going to look like this season.
Have you thought much about the draft?
Not really. We haven't even had the combine, which that's coming up here in a couple of weeks. There's a lot of time between now and then to sort through these kids. The only thing I've really thought about it, honestly, Ken, is that they need offensive line help, they need wide receiver help, and it would not surprise me if the Browns did what they did last year, and that's double up those positions like they did at quarterback and running back a year ago.
Let me throw this by you here, because we need so much. We need talent.
Yeah.
And if we're still there at 6, because I think a lot of people are like, well, don't be surprised if the Browns trade out of him. Like, well, it takes 2 to make a trade. Right. And if we keep hearing about how bad this draft is, I don't know how many people are going to be wanting to move up with you. But let's do this. Say Caleb Downs is there at number 6. He's a safety. Say he's been comped to Troy Polamalu like he was an hour ago by one of the CBS experts. Is that somebody you would take over an offensive lineman or a wide receiver?
Yeah, this is a conversation Nick and I had yesterday. Originally, I was against it, and then he kind of talked me into it. So I'd be open to the idea if he's the absolute best player that's there and nobody's going to come up to get him because of positional value or whatever. I mean, I'm open to it, but the unfortunate thing is he wouldn't fit an immediate need, but could fit a long-term need because this is a defense at some point you're going to be turning over some players on that side of the ball. So, I mean, if he's got that kind of a comp attached to him, I think it'd be malpractice not to consider taking the best football player that's available to you at your spot.
Interesting you say that, because I got a trade just for that coming up at 8:45. Tone, go right on ahead.
All right, Daryl. So it seems like the last 4 days, as the quarterback-needy teams and the media start to project what could happen not only in the draft but free agency, Malik Willis, his name continues to come up every day, and I see two factions when it comes to the fans. One is, oh, yeah, let's pounce on him. The 2 games we saw of him last year in big moments, he came through with flying colors. Then there's most of the other faction, which is, what? How could this? Why not just run it back with Shedeur? Where are you on this?
Right now, I'm running back with Shedeur. He's got the same amount of experience as Shedeur Sanders does. I don't know about giving a guy with that kind of experience $20-25+ million a year and getting into a bidding war for him. That would be quite the leap of faith by Andrew Berry. And look, I mean, if the organization feels that he is the answer, he better be the answer, and you have to go after him, because getting your franchise quarterback during the offseason, that doesn't happen very often. Usually those are stopgap measures. But if you think that Malik Willis, I saw someone yesterday say that I think it was Chris Sims, said that he's a superstar in the making. I don't know about that, but if you think that that's the guy, you go get him, you be aggressive in getting him, but I'm not convinced that that's the case, and I would rather just see if Shedeur Sanders can do this thing or not. Also, Shedeur's a lot cheaper.
We put a poll out there, 92.3 The Fan put a poll out there, I should say, on their official Twitter account. Which QB would give the Browns the best chance to win in 2026? Shedeur, Deshaun, Malik Willis, or other? Currently leading the way at 32.5%. Shedeur Sanders. Malik Willis is second at 30%. Deshaun Watson at 20th, and the other is at 17.4%. So some people, they really liked what they say. They went back on NFL Plus and went back and watched that damn Ravens game. They like what they saw out of Malik Willis also, there, Tone. They're doing their homework.
Daryl, part of it was just how Monken, right off the rip, talked about, dual threat quarterbacks and athleticism. And obviously right now, I mean, Malik Willis has that. He's built like a running back, moves like a running back. Forget about the fact he actually has an arm too, but you could see how that could be, something that the new head coach would be salivating over.
Yeah, the thing that concerns me is he's also like 6'1".
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not big, and that concerns me a little bit. But I mean,
Shedeur come in at 6'2"?
Well, I mean, Shedeur can be a dual threat quarterback as well. So they just have to obviously refine some things in his game that we've, spent a lot of time talking about. But yeah, I'm very hesitant about the Malik Willis thing.
I really am too.
That makes sense.
I really am too.
I totally get it. This guy was a disaster when he started. Now, no one really blames him for it, which is interesting because, would you blame the Browns for Shedeur having the terrible numbers when he started? You could make that argument that, well, maybe the difference was there was a lot of infighting going on between, Vrabel and his GM at the time. Here in this case, it wasn't as much infighting, but just the team. The offensive line and all that, the pieces and
the
parts.
The sample size is too small to make any conclusions as well. I mean, he's only played 6 games. The numbers, aren't mind-blowing. I think he's got 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's thrown for a little over 1,300 yards, but yeah, I don't know that the sample size there is big enough to draw any sweeping conclusions about his potential. Just the same, it's the same thing with Shedeur. I don't know that the sample size of 7.5 games is enough to draw any sweeping conclusions as to whether or not Shedeur Sanders can be a successful full-time franchise quarterback.
Daryl Ryder joining us here. Daryl, what was this you just tweeted about Las Vegas? I think I disagree. Tell everybody what you just tweeted about Las Vegas.
The NBA thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that market's going to be able to support all these pro sports franchises. It seems like every other day there's a story that comes out about because it's a tourism market. It is a hospitality market. That is their economy out there, and their tourism industry right now is in the tank. Number one, number two, these franchises. They require hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate support on an annual basis. They already have the NHL, and they want a Stanley Cup out there. Good for them, the Knights. They have a WNBA team, the Raiders. The A's ballpark is currently under construction. You can see that kind of taking shape off the strip. And then you throw an NBA franchise on that. I just don't know that market is going to be able to support that. I mean, here in Cleveland, we have great infrastructure here. We have great corporate businesses here in that. And I think it's a struggle supporting the Guardians, the Cavs, and the Browns at times. So I can't imagine that Vegas will be able to support 5 pro sports franchises. I think that is a very, very risky bet by the NBA there.
All right, one of my other things, I'm glad you said it all there, because at first I thought I disagreed, but I'm like, okay, there you go. Or at least, I can see where you're coming from there, I should say. Not that you're right or wrong. All-Star games. My issue with All-Star games is that you have a lot of people on the air who just go, we got to get rid of them. Like, well, you guys are smarter than that. You know that there's corporate sponsorships, and they're not just going to get rid of it.
That's why the Pro Bowl's still around.
Well, that's exactly where I'm taking it. The All-Star game for basketball, I still defend dunk contest. I think it takes a lot of creativity to do that. And I think we're overly mean about it just because they're not stars. And that you can blame LeBron on that if you want to, all right?
Yeah, probably have to, right? I mean, they got to pull kids from the G League.
Here we go with the Pro Bowl games. And this is something I don't support, but this is something that would save the event.
Okay.
You don't like tanking, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Me neither. Now, with an 18th game that's coming, I think it's more likely for teams to tank. I think it's more likely for load management. Do you agree?
In the NFL, absolutely. I mean, we've seen the Browns. It's a struggle some years just to get through 17 games, let alone add an 18th to it.
So far, you and I, Daryl, we are lockstep. What if, to avoid the tanking issue when they get the 18th game,
okay,
NFL draft lottery, and instead of the Pro Bowl games, they have that the week of the Super Bowl?
I think that the setup in the NFL with the way they do the draft, I think that is such a benefit to teams being able to turn it around. That's the great thing about the NFL, that it has over Major League Baseball, and in some respects, the NBA. Every year, I think pretty much 90% of the league goes to training camp believing this is their year, including the Browns. The eternal optimism.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that in Major League Baseball.
No.
A lot of teams go to spring training and they're like, we got no shot this year. We're too young, whatever. You're right, for whatever reason, right? And you can't compete financially with the big boys. And even in the NBA, you go into a camp sometimes thinking that you have no chance because your team has made it very, very clear where they are from, whether it's tanking or just realizing that they aren't able to compete that particular season for anything.
So I agree with you, okay? My heart agrees with you, but my head goes somewhere else with it because you're right about the system that they have. However, we keep drafting in the top 5, top 10. We can't get it figured out. The same for the Jets, the same for a couple of other teams. It's like, well, do I keep giving you high first-round picks based on your record every year? Because more and more teams, I think, are doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, the NBA, they tank for the draft lottery, and the tanking is no guarantee they're getting those picks.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Uh-huh. So in the NBA, but, hey, look, I mean, the Cavaliers have gotten real lucky in the draft lottery. It's a big reason why they've been able to have the success over the periods of time that they have had.
That's why we won a title.
Yeah, they it's why LeBron came back, right?
Maybe, let me throw this in there as well real quick, Daryl. Maybe this will stop the whole guys going back to cut. Like, if Dante Moore, maybe he really doesn't want to be drafted by the Jets. Well, let's roll the dice. Let's see who gets number 1 and who gets number 2 and how it works out there with the draft lottery. Maybe you don't have to go to the Jets.
Yeah.
And so you can come out for the draft. I'm
Don't
just
give
wondering.
Don't give the NFL any more ideas about off-season content there, Ken.
Well, because my whole thing is all guys like me, guys like us, we get on the radio. It's all got to go. Well, no, they still have 2 million people watching the thing, and that's more than any sitcom out there right now. And
Let
they
me
still
just
have
ask
people,
you this.
Yeah.
Well, the Browns go through the let's just go back in the DeLorean here for a second. Browns go 1-31, back-to-back years, number 1 picks, right? What would you do if they lost the lotteries both of those years and ended up with like the 5th pick or the 4th pick in the draft those years?
We end up with Josh Allen. We got diamonds as big as horse turds, and we're all laughing.
Okay.
Okay. You got to play the flip side, too. What about the years they win it,
Yeah. All right, Daryl, I thank you for having some fun with me. You have a good weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
You bet, guys. Take care.
The exceptional Daryl Ryder. Who is he brought to you by there on?
Shibe & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Did you like that? You're starting to come around to that whole lotto thing, I can tell.
I would think that would be must watch in every way.
Well, you had to. It would be part of like that.
It just feels like the NFL doesn't need to do anything. Like they
no, they don't.
Their actual draft is as is, where you just fall in line meritocracy wise with your draft pick. Is already does gangbusters that you'd be messing with one to get to the other. I don't know.
What is the downside of it?
What? Just that what Daryl said at the very end, that you finish with the worst record, and now it's supposed to be the bargain you make with the league is if you have a bad year, fans have eternal optimism because they're at the top of the draft the next year.
Why do the same teams tend to be bad every year, though? That's my issue with it. Coming up at 9:44, coming in hot, coming up in 5 minutes. You don't make your football team better by trying to win a popularity contest. This one's going to get ugly. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, that's in 5 minutes on The Fan.
There was a
This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Behind the scenes footage, official contest rules, and everything you need to know about the Cleveland Browns and the local sports scene. 923thefan.com. When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Well, hell, I was going to do Tradio with another host on another station down in Dallas.
Why do that?
Why do that? When I can welcome on Nick Wilson on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is calling. We're doing a run-in right now. Hello, Nick.
Gentlemen, thank you for having me on the Cavs Politburo. I'm here to be inspected and made sure that I passed the snuff with the vibes being up in Cleveland.
You know what I could tell you, Nick? You know how I know you're doing really good radio? Because I was driving in my car yesterday, and I wanted to punch the radio. So I said, you know what?
Wow.
Nick's doing his job.
Compliment sandwich from Tone.
Well, I just, I heard you guys talking in the 6 o'clock hour, and I trying to get the kids on the bus, couldn't call in, and feel like there's a disconnect here, and just wanted to see where our grievances lie, because I love you guys, I respect you guys, and I enjoy the game of telephone we've been playing, but I thought I could actually just call in.
Nick, I saw tweets, and it's patently unfair. I know you're a Cleveland sports fan. I know you've been a Cleveland sports fan for a very long time, so I thought it was totally unfair when I saw multiple social media users saying Nick Wilson is now rooting for the Cavs to lose. How do you respond?
I think that's asinine. I think there's a difference, and listen. There is no denying that the vibes are up. And I think you guys are all over the vibes being up. And I'm not just talking about fans, because that would be, I think, that would sound like a shot. I think it was apparent that Donovan has been rejuvenated by this. I mean, I think Jarrett was already playing really well before you got James. But, I think Jarrett's had a couple great games with James as well. I just think what's interesting to me is I never doubted that the vibes were going to be up from the perspective that James is a great regular season player. And in fairness, he has had more, and I think you've done a great job of pointing this out, he's had more postseason moments that were really big. Inevitably, though, over 15 years, if there's such an overwhelming amount of, I guess, evidence that there's just not enough of those, and there does come with this transition from trading Darius and the validity of that and all that, which is fair, to more of a superstar-laden team, there is more of a ticking clock on this, and I think that's more what now interests me about it. Like, I think we can all have fun in the regular season, but now it becomes, all right, as Ken has said, as I've said, as I think everyone has said, there's probably a statute of limitations on this, given James's career and where he's at and the fact that he can question his loyalties very quickly. So what is the path to this, like, really working out look like? And I just think that's what interests me, rather than just kind of being like, it's the best trade they've ever made and, vibes are up and, that's – I think that's – from my standpoint, it's the regular season. Like, vibes in the regular season have been up for 4 years.
You didn't feel stuck with Darius Garland?
Not really, because I listen, I think it's a fair point for anyone to feel that way. I do. I also think there's no other way to feel when Darius hasn't been healthy. I think if specifically this year, like this year has been the lowest point of Darius from a health perspective. And I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you that Darius is going to get healthy again. I can't tell you, I have no earthly idea, but I try not to let the frustration of today, what feels like a very 2026 problem, get in the way of kind of my long-term outlook. And again, there's a lot of reasons why it was smart to move off Darius.
It's been that way for 3 years. It's been that way for 3 seasons. I can't, and I'm getting to a point of, I'm in the words of Jason Tarver, we're reaching our point with Donovan Mitchell. And I think that we found that out when they were willing to make this move with James Harden. I think that this was the best that they could have got with Darius Garland. And I just feel reinvigorated that, the standard now is to get to the NBA Finals. I didn't think they'd even approach the NBA Finals with Darius Garland on this team. You thought they could?
Hypothetically, yes.
Oh,
and
gosh, I don't know. All the evidence is against you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think, but Darius is still a really nice player. And I think people have made a really good point where coming into the year, there was a gap between James Harden and Darius Garland. That's fair. Like, James is the better player, even if there are obvious issues there that have happened from time to time. But the gap looks a lot worse right now because Darius isn't playing and James is. And so, again, that doesn't mean they would have won a championship. That doesn't mean they will win a championship now. But I just thought a lot of it was convenient for the moment, when in the end, you need to get over the hump in the playoffs, and you've got a guy whose career narrative is he doesn't get over the hump in the playoffs. And it doesn't mean, I really want to be clear, like, it doesn't mean I don't think they can win with James. It's just I now need to see it. Like, the proof of concept is still on the Cavaliers and James Harden.
Unfair question to ask. We don't know. We won't know until it's all settled. I just don't think there was anybody better that was available for Darius Garland. And because of that, I got to take what I can get, and what I can get is a guy that can certainly help. I would pick against them against Oklahoma City in the finals, Nick, but I still think that getting to the NBA Finals is success compared to where I thought that they weren't going to go, which I didn't even think they were going to make the Eastern Conference Finals.
So I think that's fair. I think today the best you were going to do was James Harden for Darius Garland. But I think a lot of good people, and I think you guys have raised this as well, I think we've talked about it over the last 4 years, there were obvious points where even from the second you traded from Donovan, there were complications with this roster. And I think the thing that I struggled with, absent just looking at the leadership of the Cavaliers, and specific Kobe Altman, it's tough to give him credit for kind of pulling maybe a rabbit out of his ass. Right now, when he sat on his ass for 4 years and ignored those critiques, ignored the health issues with Darius, which, by the way, were evident when he came out in the draft, beyond just the fact that he was an undersized point guard, that there was never going to be like a stellar defender. So I think it was more, I think maybe my frustration of my conversations with Jonathan, where it's like, I can't give Kobe credit for maybe salvaging something a little bit, like maybe giving us a little bit more hope, when, in fairness, he kind of really just ran out the clock on the core four to a point where Darius had such little trade value. There was like one guy. There was one guy it made sense to do this with, who happens to be a guy who has historically been up there with the great malcontents in the sport, and a guy who just, again, in a league driven for your elite top 5, top 10 players to win championships, just really hasn't sniffed any since leaving OKC.
Yeah, I'll say this. There is, infinite ways to poke holes in all these teams in the Eastern Conference. So I understand going after the Cavs and saying, well, Donovan Mitchell's never been past the second round, and now you're bringing in somebody who's had these very famous failures late in playoff series. Now, I do think Harden also should get credit for some of the massive games he's had in the playoffs to even keep his teams going. But whatever, the facts are the facts. My thing is, then you got to poke the holes in the other teams too. And in most cases, like if you, I went over this earlier in the show, like, yeah, if you bet against LeBron James to win the title, you've been right 18 out of 22 years, right? Kawhi Leonard, 11 out of 12. Giannis, 11 out of 12. Like, you're probably going to be right. Cavs are probably not going to win the title this year. But what they also had to do, and you have to factor this in, is they had to do something with the ticking clock on Donovan Mitchell's contract. And there's no scenario where they were going to be able to pay 3 guys max deals in this next iteration with Evan Mobley, Donovan, and Darius. And Darius, I don't think he's ever been a top 10 point guard in the league. Most of the years, I think he's finished around 14, and they had to pay that guy a max. So you had to pivot. We can talk about whether pivoting to James Harden made sense, but they were always going to have to pivot off their core four. They finally did it, and I'm applauding them, Nick, because I think they got a really good player in a wide open East, and I now think they can pounce.
So I think they always had to pivot, but I think the timing of it, and when you have, it couldn't have come at a worse time to maximize somebody's value. And I think the Harden stuff, and then listen, I give it a chance to work out. And for me, working out is you're in the NBA Finals in one of the next 2 years or both of the next 2 years. That's the stakes we're at. And I will, I think you make a point that I think in the same way that I think if we pick against the Browns in February, more often than not, next January, we're going to be right about that. And I think you're speaking to the odds about this. That's why I think yesterday, my point was not screw the Cavs and I don't want these guys to win. I'm enjoying the vibes. I enjoyed the Washington game. Like you can enjoy this while also saying, the main thing's still the main thing. And so to me, the main thing is how much closer did you get to win an NBA championship, or at least competing for it? And I think it's TBD. That doesn't mean it won't happen. I think it's fair to say that after some cooling heads between Jonathan and I fist fighting for 2 days about this last week, I'm sure that the Cavs have a better chance now than they did with Darius, who the hell knows if he's going to play at all this year or how much he'll play and how well he'll play. Totally fair. But I just think it's too early for victory laps. I think enjoy the vibes and we'll see. I think that's and more importantly, how do you get the most out of this experience? Because the last 4 times, the first 2 times James went somewhere, it didn't really end poorly. Somebody either got a huge trade for him or he won a lot of games, just didn't win a championship. But the last 4 times have gone really, really bad. And that's the thing that you have to bet on. So how do you make that work? And to me, it's titles in the next 2 years. Sorry, going to the finals and competing for a title in the next 2 years.
I don't know. We got to let you go, Nick, because we're obviously up against it. I have to show for the record. You're a good host. I just disagree with everything you just said. I'm sorry. I can't say I'm sorry. I respectfully, vehemently disagree with everything you just said. And I'm stuck in a position here because I got to go, and I don't want to address it all when we come back when he's not going to be on the phone to defend himself.
I got to tell you guys, as a guy that just sat here and listened to it all, I expected much more fireworks. That sucked. You guys all suck. I want more fighting. You guys have been taking shots at each other on each other's shows for weeks now, and now you're not doing it. Now you're being civil.
Well, but
you've not given listeners what they want. I thought it was something else. I wanted to hear him out.
Nick says he's been enjoying the vibes. I did not. Maybe I need to listen better. I did not hear. It didn't sound like you were enjoying the vibes yesterday when you kept correcting Daryl and you kept saying it's only been 3 games. It's only been 3 games. It's like, well, yeah, they just made the trade. It's only going to be 3 games. But I've been having a lot of fun. And I'm going Thursday, and I got a bunch of buddies that are now going to the games. They were not feeling that way. There was a malaise with Darius Garland that I think has now been lifted, thank God.
Tone and the gang are going. You can't discount that.
Well, guys, let's give this video. This one goes out to Keith. Keep waving those pom-poms, Lima, you damn hack. Ken, I'll be honest with you. You're the second best 6th grade coach in Streetsboro. Owen Tulsa's overrated. Yeah. Meredith.
And now we're doing this.
There we go.
That's how you end it, really.
Who's the first best? He doesn't know any of the other coaches.
You're definitely the second best 6th grade coach on the show.
Yeah, I'll admit that. I lost big time. That's right.
Neutral field.
If I was at home, maybe it wouldn't change. Nah, I'm kidding. No, I lost fair and square. I accept it. I accept being the second best on this show. 216-474-0092. Can I address it, or do I come off like I'm hiding from him?
It's your show, Ken. You need to address.
All right, I'll respectfully address when we come back. And you don't make your football team any better by trying to win a popularity contest, just like you don't win friends with salad. It's coming up next on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
have to bet on. So how do you make that work? And to me, it's titles in the next 2 years. Sorry, going to the finals and competing for a title in the next 2 years.
I have to show for the record. Good host. I just disagree with everything you just said. I'm sorry. I can't say I'm sorry. I respectfully, vehemently disagree with everything you just said.
No, it's your job, Ken.
You made me do this, you bitch. He was so nice in the call, and so I can't sit here and rip on him for an entire segment because it just sounds like I'm being afraid to actually take him on. So I'm not going to be mean at all. Just if you listen to the last segment, go back 92.3 The Fan on the free Odyssey app, or you know what, you can go back on the rewind feature of the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I don't know if I'm going to be able to even make love to my wife this weekend without you pointing me in that direction. Just letting everybody know there. Okay?
I'll tell you. I'll go like this.
Oh, you guys don't. There's no camera on Owen. Owen's
can
just
use that hand signal.
Directing traffic the whole way. And I'm like, oh, yeah, there's a read, and there's a read, and there's a read, and this is what's coming up, and that's what's coming up. Just listen to what Nick said. Everything you heard, I disagree with. But other than we're having fun. That's the only thing I agreed with. Everything else, I'm sorry. I can't dedicate enough time to it.
It didn't sound like Nick is having that much fun. Like Nick is in a very but he's not alone. There are a bunch of people who are like, wake me up when the playoffs start. I do think this move changed a pretty sizable portion of that malaise group.
If you guys are going to act like that, then don't call me up and bitch and send me emails when I sit here and I sit here and talk about catch radius on the fourth wide receiver that you see on a Thursday on the combine then, okay? All right? If that's the way we're all going to act, then fine. We just got James Harden, an 11-time All-Star. If I sit here and I break down shuttle runs, don't you send me nasty emails. You have never talked Cavs. Yeah, because you don't want to. Because you don't want to. So that I will get mad about.
It's not just that you brought in Harden, though. It's, okay, that malaise and the stagnation of the core four. If you've ever said, well, they're either just going to get injured or the lights are going to be too bright or they're going to get out-toughed, now you can still make those assumptions about part of the team. But, I mean, kind of look at them right now. They didn't have in years past. This is not just the trade. But they didn't have guys like Jalen Tyson. They didn't have guys like even Tomlin. I don't know how much Tomlin's going to play. Even Bryant off the bench has shown a little bit of an edge. And now James Harden is just unfazed right now and is fit in seamlessly. Now, are you going to tell me that if they get into Game 7 in the second round or the Eastern Conference Finals, James is going to totally melt? Well, I'll tell you, I mean, you got Donovan Mitchell, a guy who has scored 40 or more in how many playoff games? Like, between the two of them, I kind of feel like you have enough in the Eastern Conference. And if you're telling me that, well, they still don't have this solved at the wing or they're going to have some rebounding problems, you know, every team is flawed in the Eastern Conference. And, man, even Oklahoma City is starting to talk about their flaws in the West. But I'm just telling you right now, like, poke the same holes in the other Eastern Conference teams. Because I'm starting to see all these teams. Like, I kind of like that. I think we have fewer holes in those other teams in the Eastern Conference right now.
I totally agree. I want to go to the phones here. Let's go to Wayne Allen Root in Youngstown. You're next up on the Fan. Hello.
Ken, can you hear me?
I got you, Wayne.
Hey, listen, man. That's a sucker move right there, Ken.
What?
Man, come on, Ken. You do all that big bad talking, man, and you hear Nick on the radio, and you ain't go at him, man.
Well, wait a minute.
Are you serious?
Did he yell at me?
I don't care. You do all that.
No. First off, no.
Only get 2 minutes, man.
Don't kick him. Don't kick him. I'm serious. Don't kick him. I'll address this. I'll address this with Wayne. First off, I wasn't the one who wanted to highlight certain things. Somebody else in this room did. Okay, but I'll take your blame. Second of all, did he or did he not call in and yell at me? No, he didn't.
Care.
Didn't? Yes. Well, yeah. I'm going to treat somebody who treats me with respect respectfully. So he was respectful, and I respectfully disagree with him.
On the show to defend himself. Why do all that talking then when he can't defend himself?
I told him to his face I told him on the phone that everything he said I disagreed with.
Ken,
that I think the absolute opposite
been
of.
Waiting for this phone call. Everybody been waiting for this.
In America?
And you have him on the ropes, and then you just sit up there and let him off.
I didn't need. What did I need to prove? But Wayne, what did I need to prove? If anything, he just punched himself in the face. If we're going to get all nasty about it, because I just still felt that he was completely wrong about everything he said. See, now you got me ripping him, and he's not here to defend himself, Wayne. I can't do that.
I don't have you ripping him. I'm just saying that was the chance to do it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if you think it's a sucker move for me to do that, that's fine. Because this is what it is. He called me up, Wayne. Thank you for the call. He called me up, both of us. He was respectful. He was nice. He wasn't patronizing. If he was a jerk, if he started yelling at me, if he was patronizing to me, then yeah, I'd have taken the gloves off and we would have been red-faced and yelling at each other. I disagree with everything that Nick said. On record. We didn't wait to get the best value. That was the best value you're getting for Darius Garland, guys. That was the best value. Brad Daugherty basically told you that's the best value you're going to get for the guy. James Harden is it. With all his foibles, James Harden is it. Unless we find out all the other things, which we're not. There's a lot of things that we still don't know yet. But he was respectful. So what am I going to do? Am I going to start yelling at Nick? We're coworkers. We're friends. Right? We're friends, right? Tone, hello?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That was... I'm not going to let you move. What?
Power ranking friends right now.
Yep.
Me?
The ones that are at the station.
You're the one saying that we're friends.
At
Let's
the station?
Let's hear it.
Friends? Well, I mean, come on. It's him, it's you, it's Keith.
Wow. So you're not friends.
Which, am I allowed to be friends with the boss?
Nope.
Huh. Good point.
Here you go, power rank people. You're not allowed to be friends with.
Keith, Chase, Jeff Miller.
It's always weird with the Facebook stuff.
It's true.
Former boss, that just kind of sat there. We had a standoff, and the minute he left, became friends.
Same thing.
But we have someone else here who's in power. I am Facebook friends with. And I'm like, what happens?
I'm still not Facebook friends with Andy.
What happens when you need to call me into the office that final time? What do we do with that?
I think you just need to make peace with that. It's how it's going to go.
And then, hey, my Facebook friend.
I'm still friends with the guy who fired me.
Can't feed my family now, but we're Facebook friends. That's good. We can still see pictures of my smiling family turn into frowns.
He's not going to feel good about it if it makes you feel any better.
Because that's what I'm posting. The minute I have to tell them that I'm no longer making an income.
What?
Top 3 frowns in your family when you get fired from this place.
I'm gonna
oh my God, that daughter is going to kill everybody.
Izzy's getting everything that I never got. I just don't mean the dolls and stuff. I didn't get those, but she's getting to go to Florida. I didn't get on an airplane till I was 19. I'm kind of mad. I'm kind of like annoyed. Like, why are we doing this? You should have to wait.
A lot off the property.
You should wait till you're 19 to be able to fly. Why am I giving you all this?
Strip all that copper.
I told you that one time I was screaming at him, my oldest. He did something that was not cool, not very nice. And I go, I'll drop you off in my old neighborhood. I will drop you off.
Wait a second. Didn't Deion Sanders do that with Shedeur? Didn't he take him to some other neighborhoods to see what it's like?
That was as mad as I hope that's as mad as I'm ever going to be at my oldest. I was whoa. Remember that Bob Knight halftime speech? That was me. Well, you got something to say, then say it, Keith. Say it, boss. What are you saying over there? What are you guys laughing about? What's funny? I like jokes. Tell me what's funny, Keith. What's funny?
Just talking about all the breaks you went over in the last 2 hours.
Oh, you both can blow it out your ass. I don't care. 216-474-0092.
Here comes a new one.
Can I finally get to this trade?
Yeah.
That was proposed by our friends in Dallas, Texas. Okay. Kenny Carman, Anthony Edward Lima, 92.3 The Fan, YouTube Live for absolutely free. It's free entertainment on YouTube Live, 92.3 The Fan. Window Nation.
Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hell yeah. Do I finally get to this? Keith just came in and ripped us. You guys didn't rip me. You can go after it. He came to me respectfully. You come to me with respect, you're going to get respect.
Is that why
I'm a nice
me and
guy
you
by
get into,
nature? I really am.
Is that how me and you get into these tussles? Because
we're comfortable with
disrespectful?
That's frankly what it is. We're comfortable with How many, let's call it what it is, how many media members in Cleveland won't talk to either you or me or both? More than it should be, because you and I are very comfortable with being disrespectful with one another. And then sometimes we forget and we're a little bit disrespectful with the people we have on. It's that simple.
I still got somebody that will not talk to me that was in local news at the time because I ripped one of their segments on the air.
We got somebody who I think it's pretty well known that they won't talk to me. We're going on 6 years being froze out. Going on a decade.
A long time.
He still comes on the show.
Yeah, he can come on Monday. I won't be here. Have him on. Probably a pretty good idea. Cavs are a big deal. It'd be nice to get Kobe Altman's perspective on Monday.
That's why this will never end.
I tried to end it. 216-474-0092. All right, so this is a man named Zach Wolchuk, and he is from G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He has got a lot of responses to this. One of our faithful listeners, I think it was Dennis, sent this to us. And I said, you know what? We're going to do that later. But I didn't say it on the air, so I can do it whenever I want. He said, would you do this trade up with Cleveland? Remember, this is the flagship home of the Dallas Cowboys down there, right? He says, would you do this trade with Cleveland? Cowboys get, think clearly now, I'll speak as slowly as I can. Cowboys get pick 6 to take Caleb Downs and the second round pick, number 39. Number 39, our 39th overall pick. The Browns get number 12 from the Dallas Cowboys and their number 20 pick. Remember, they got another first round pick because of the trades they made. So we would have, out of all this, we would give up pick number 39. We would get pick number 12 from the Cowboys. We would get pick 20 from the Cowboys. We would have pick 24 from the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's 3 first-round picks. That's 3 first-round picks. And I listen, it
and
ain't the deepest draft.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, you have a chance to get third pick.
There's some people who are saying they would not give up pick number 39. Or they wouldn't get they don't care about an extra first-round pick this draft. I'm sorry, I cut you off. You go right on ahead.
Yeah, well,
I think you were looking at
the
a couple
first thing
things.
Does Downs, do you think in your heart of hearts that Caleb Downs survives the first 5 picks? Because I do not think he will. I think he will be gone.
Somebody had, who's picked 5? Is it Giants who picked 5th?
Yeah.
Somebody said that they would take him.
Yeah. I'm seeing one mock. They haven't taken a corner.
Trade. Well, we got to go hypothetically here. You can't just do it like, well, they do it. Like, let's go hypothetically. We're on the clock. You got 10 minutes. You've talked about this, the scenarios of what would happen.
I would do it. Yes, I would trade.
Because I would too. Which is not a popular opinion.
I would trade. Gives you another swing. I don't care what kind of a draft it's considered. There's enough good football players in this draft. And the thing is about Downs, I think he's going to be awesome. And yes, if you drafted Caleb Downs, your team is a better team today than you were yesterday. The issue is, though, hey, look, you always want to add good football players to a team, and I think he is almost a sure thing. But what is this all about? We have got to find a way to improve this offense, and if you trade down, you're giving yourself even more flexibility, in this draft to be able to do it. Now, I've said forever, like every host in Cleveland or every writer or every blogger or podcaster, I've heard them all say trade down, trade down, trade down. Get another first for next year's draft.
You're going to take this point from me.
But I keep saying, like, who the hell is trading a pick from next year's draft? There's just no chance.
Keith took a picture of me. I got a big gut. 216-474.
Oh, come on.
Below
Wait,
92.
you just realized that?
No, yeah, but when you see pictures of it, I'm like, oh boy, that's a shelf of a gut there, ain't it? That's why you can't wear the thin material. It really accentuates the gut. Hey, I ain't gonna see me.
So Caleb Downs, you want him?
I always wonder why Liz wants the lights off.
For the neighbor's house, too. Street lights. Floodlights. All of them.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing.
What are you trying to say?
You don't want to be able to look into the stars.
No activity on a full moon.
Would you make that trade?
Hell yeah, I'd make that trade.
Okay, like I thought we'd all make the trade because I've been saying this the whole time. Like people are like, well, you better wait until the Browns trade out of it. You think fans are mad now? I go, with who? Who are they going to trade with?
And maybe this will make it more controversial, but I think he's the most sure thing of Arvell Reese, of Carnell Tate.
All right, now I actually have a counterpoint to you.
I really do believe that Caleb Downs is so much more of a sure thing than those guys.
We did this all during the college football season of, Julian Sayin was a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Mm-hmm.
You thought he was 5th or 6th on the team.
Right.
As far as
Well, he was. As far as overall
Buckeyes,
best players.
right?
Yeah. He was a legitimate Heisman
just
Trophy.
Just a counterpoint, there are people that they have 2 first-round picks right now, and there are people out there that didn't want to trade those 2 first-round picks to move up to get the only quarterback in the draft, right? So because the cupboard's so bare on players, offensive players right now on the team, that they wanted to be able to restock. Well, I know it's not pick 6 anymore, but it's also a defensive player in this scenario. You could now get 3 first-round picks.
Well, Robert here says Browns would want a 2027. Let's just say what you want. Forget the Browns. I don't like it. Well, if the Browns like it, hey, if the Browns like a lot of things, it's ended up being the bad decision. So let's just go with what Robert and what Bill and Lou and Jack and Maureen and everybody else they want to do. Okay? It's your call. You make the decision. Because he says Browns would want a 2027 first pick with the projected QBs in the 2027 draft. Well, let's just call you would want a projected first pick in the 2027 draft. I think we all want, but what you want and what you get are 2 different things. I can get 3 first-round players. I mean, this kind of reminds me, it would remind you, except you don't have number 1 overall, it would remind you of 2017. Didn't you have 3 first-round picks in 2017?
You did.
Okay, so you had 3 first-round picks in 2017. 1 is just left in 9 years, for crying out loud. 1 is still with you, obviously. You have 3 first-round picks. You get an extra year of control because, remember, it's a 5-year thing with a first-round guy. So you get an extra year of control out of it if you really want. Or if you really wanted to, if somebody wants to move up for Ty Simpson and he's still there at 24, you know damn well I don't want Ty Simpson. No offense to him. Just ain't played enough. Not ready. No offense. But you got 2 months to change my mind. Go right on ahead, Ty Simpson people. Okay, if they want to move in, then we're laughing. Maybe we get an extra first-round pick next year. We're laughing. This is a good deal. This would be a good deal for us. We just can't consummate the thing until we actually get to the 6th pick on the night of the draft because they ain't going to do it until you get there. So that's where you're at. 216-474-0092. So this show is all agreeable.
Yeah.
Now, let me give you the counterpoint. I don't believe this, but let me give you the counterpoint because this, I think, is what some people are going to say. How many people trust Andrew Berry? Browns fans. How many?
I think more in the draft than they did a year ago. You could say that.
Okay, but still, what percentage?
But it was rock bottom a year ago.
Okay, so still, what percentage? You're like at 12. Probably 12% of Browns fans trust Andrew Berry. Is that being generous, or is that?
I think it might be a little higher. He had more support going into the Kevin Stefanski firing, and
give me a number.
He stay or not? It might be 20.
20%.
It's not huge.
So that still means 80% are still don't trust the guy. So if 80% of Browns fans still don't trust the guy, you might just think, hey, the further you get down in a not-so-great draft, the further down you go, less chance you have of picking a premier player. So if you're picking at 12, 20, and 24, I don't believe this. I'm just giving you the opposite side. Devil's advocate, as Lima always brings out, 12, 20, and 24, if you're just giving me 3 worse players than what I could get at number 6, then we're just wasting it anyway. Yes.
But the counterpoint to that is, out of all the picks that he made last year, I don't think Mason Graham ranks high on people's list like Harold Fannin does, like Schlesinger does, like, Junkins does. Those were not later round picks, but they were later than their first round pick,
course,
right?
Yes.
Like, And I think that's where the people that are supporting Andrew Berry see his value, is that he finds value in his, second, third, fourth round picks more than even maybe the ones that you're supposed to take at the top of the draft.
Counterpoint to that, here we are just doing hypothetical arguments here and not really mad at each other.
Love it.
Counterpoint to that, he does it on defense. What do we need? We need offense. We need wide receivers. Well, I don't think anybody wants to go down the history of what he's done in the third round with wide receivers, except they probably already know because it's burned into our skulls because of how bad it's been. Counterpoint to counterpoint.
I'll concede my counterpoint to that.
Yeah, because neither of us believe in what we're saying. Yeah. Lou in North Royalton, you're next up on the fan. Hello, Lou.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Horribly. No, we're kidding. It's going well. Go ahead, Lou.
Horribly. Listen, I would do that trade, but you don't have to give up your second-round pick. I forgot who reported it, but it was right when they first came out with mock drafts. They had the Browns trading with Dallas. The Browns would give the 6th pick and a 4th-round pick for Dallas's 12th, 20th, a 2nd-round pick, and then either a 4th or a 5th-round pick, and then a 1st-round pick in 2027.
That sounds like a lot just to move up from 12 to 6.
Hey,
that sounds like a hell of a lot, man.
If you want Caleb Downs, you got to give it up, baby. You got to give it up.
Well, but let's go, because I got to get the draft charts out, because some people say the draft charts don't matter anymore, and I'm like, if you can always put a number and a value, it's the same thing as grade points.
They really don't matter at the very top. At the very top, it really is the marketplace. It's whatever you want to dictate. So the thing is, it's not a quarterback in this situation.
So Lou is right, is what you're saying.
I don't know that you can, if it was a quarterback, I think you can hold a team ransom. I don't think you can do hostage. I don't think you can do that.
Well, and we're not going to know, and Ken, you brought that up, we're not going to know until right as pick 6 gets on the board, because it only matters if Caleb Downs is still there or not. And if you do this early, somebody else is just going to go, well, we want Caleb Downs, and we'll come up.
Yeah, Mike Renner has, Lou, you gave me something to think about. Thank you for the call. Jamad McCoy out of Tennessee, that's where he has Dallas taking him at 12. And then Kendrick Falk out of Auburn. He's a edge rusher, Lima, like you said. Jeremiah Love is mocked to them by Blake Brockmeyer at number 12. This is all CBS. I'd be pretty surprised if they went with Jeremiah Love, but fine.
Brockmeyer's doing those now?
Brockermeyer is the name. Everybody's doing defense. I'm sorry if you were asking for all that. I don't know who did it. I'm not accusing Lou of not knowing it. But what you gave me, I'd say, yeah, you guys go ahead and you keep the 6th pick. I'm going to go ahead and take somebody else. That's way too much for a safety. But I think that this is what Zach Wolchuk puts out from G-Bag Nation in Dallas. I think that this is a fair trade. Cowboys get pick 6 to take Caleb Downs. Our 2nd round, number 39. We would get pick 12, pick 20 from Dallas, and then we would already have our 24th from the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, I think that's fair. And you could do what you wanted to do with pick 24. You would have some flexibility in case you wanted to go into 2027 as well. But say, what if you go get Malik Willis this offseason? Then we're really laughing. Because now you got 3 players that you're hopefully, and you're putting a lot of eggs in the Andrew Berry basket, I know, but then you got 3 players, hopefully, that you can help out with Malik Willis. Because, again, if you go get Willis, which we are split right now, that was one of the things we were going to bring up, and then we got into it. We had a very nice discussion with Nick. If you get Malik Willis, you don't have to make the playoffs year 1. If I take this team from 5 wins to 8 wins or 9 wins, we're going to be feeling pretty good about 2027, especially with the picks that we got going into that one. 216-474-0092. We got a lot of time to talk about that. We don't have a lot of time to tell you that coming in hot is coming up next. 216-474-0092. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. 216-474-0092. I don't want to hear nothing about none of them halftime things. I'm going to dump you right off. And maybe you'll sneak by. 216-474-0092. Coming in hot. Coming up next on The Fan.
Are you feeling like you lost your edge, energy?
Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
There's some people who hate the trade. They're like, we need Dallas's 2027 first rounder. Yeah. I'd love Dallas's 2027 first rounder. But I mean, that's still a lot. I mean, good God. Pick 12, which is a swap. Then you get their first round pick this year. That means you have 3 first round picks. Right?
Yeah, if I was Andrew Berry and this was obviously you're not making this, you might have preliminary talks, and that would be the first thing I would tell Dallas is like, I want your first rounder. But when it came down to, time and we're on the clock or not on the clock, and if they don't include that, I'm still taking that other deal.
Now, if Ty Simpson don't fall to 24, you got to use that pick. You know that. We know that, right?
You have to?
Ain't no one moving back in the first round for a... I'm sure there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. I don't think in this draft, I don't think it's probably not accurate historically. I don't think in this draft you're moving back into the first round for a non-quarterback. That's what I'm saying. You guys ready? It's time for Coming In Hot.
All right, Cleveland, it's time to get whatever you want off your chest. Cleveland, you're coming in hot. The phone lines are open now.
216-474-0092. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Hello, you're coming in hot.
I was thinking about Jeff Thomas with the parade and his excuse with the sound. I was just thinking about how that improves everything. Big deal. Ilya Molina can pull it off a backflip. Can you do it, Iron Lotus? Jim, please come back. Please coach our defense. Paul Dolan, we spend money, not have MLB's lowest payroll, actually try to win a World Series. Ken, give me a James Harden beard. I'll trade you a Get Go Pilgrim. Mommy Lima, where's Daddy?
It's good, except for it's Jeff Phelps.
It's Phelps, yeah.
Yeah,
Phelps.
damn it. It would have been awesome had it a big, because for a second I go, what's he doing? And then I caught it and I went, oh, he's doing Phelps. But he's going to hear this on the radio now that he hung up and go, damn it, and scream at himself in his car. Well, it's
okay. We got to polish it up. Dude.
That's the risk you take when you play Coming In Hot. Hello, you're coming in hot. You are coming in hot. Hello. Fine, get the hell out of here. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Hello, you're coming in. Oh, my God. All right, hold on.
Let's redo it.
You there? You ready?
Throw him
3,
back in the hopper.
2, 1. Away you go.
Do you know the Munkin Man, the Munkin Man, the Munkin Man? Do you know the Munkin Man? He's coaching up the Browns. He's got Lima yelling loud, yelling loud, yelling loud. Hating Shador, he stirs the crowd just to stir the town. Do you know the Munkin Man, the Munkin Man, the Munkin Man? Do you know the Munkin Man? Touchdowns for the Browns.
Outstanding. I'm glad we restarted it.
Now, how many times did he do that? How many calls did we take?
Oh, that's really, you guys, you hear the
Every
tone,
time.
don't you? Isn't there? It's not like a ding, like I call into Baltimore and they give me a ding.
I think it's a ding now.
We have a ding.
It used to be a, but it's not
yeah.
that
It was
anymore.
like, well, you don't even know if you're on. All right, that's fun. I hope it's a ding. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Yep, it is. And trust me on this one. So a beat reporter and her 3 talented children walk into a talent agency and say, have we got the act for you? He's a comedian. She's an acrobat. Whoa, 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 says the talent agent. Before you get into it all, what do you call this act? And she says, the second Super Bowl window.
Amazing.
I thought it was going to be the Aristocabats, but
the Cabats, yeah, the Aristocabats.
I really thought we were going to have to dump that at some point. I wanted to see just how far he was willing to go.
We
He
have
was
some
perfect.
young listeners that are going to have to Google that.
I had faith in that.
Which
Watch
one?
the movie.
Gilbert Gottfried? You wanted them to do that one?
Watch the whole movie. There's an hour and a half on it.
Yeah.
It's great.
Which is funny because during that call, I turned our mics off and I went, the aristocrats. Hello, you're coming in hot. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Ding.
Ding. Nope. It's hard to follow up that one. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Well, I just heard the news today. Darius is gone, traded to L.A. Now the Cavs are hot, a winning streak. Second round playoffs won't be our peak. Oh, where's the James Harden? That step back three, the beard is amazing. Oh, where's the James Harden? The king of ice. So it's time to hashtag let him know with James Harden.
It's very good. You like Creed?
I just love that performance at the Cowboys game.
It's the best.
It's the best
It is
ever.
the best.
I've showed that to my wife, and she's like, "This was a thing." At some
hell
point,
yeah,
I'm
it
like,
was.
yes,
Solid
it
when-
was.
I remember
Solid
seeing
when they
it
were
live.
here last year with Three Doors Down, R.I.P.
R.I.P., man.
Oh yeah.
Creed's good, man. You guys got to stop. Yeah. If people are coming around finally on Nickelback and they're like, okay, yeah, I just rolled my windows up and I listened to them because you guys did, do it with Creed. They had some good tunes, man. There was a time in Scott Stapp's life, not the best dude, but still good tunes. Good tunes. Where the hell are we? Here we are. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hi, I hope you guys have missed me.
Just hung up.
What happened?
He hung up. I didn't touch anything.
Oh, come on.
He hung up on himself.
He beat his own books.
Beat the books. You can't beat Verizon. Hello, you're coming in hot.
NFL has the Browns last next to last in 2026. How does that taste?
You guys are going to find out it's like Kevin Stefanski's uncle someday.
How great would that be if we found out it was his family the whole time?
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Wow, happy Tomboy Friday, boys. Did you miss me? Oh, I'm coming in hotter than Ken Carman on a Tall Boy Friday. I'm coming in hotter than Anthony Lima at the ATM back in 2015, baby. I'm coming in hotter than all those lawsuits hitting OSU. Let's go!
I'll be careful about that one.
Yep.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hey there. I need you to be a buddy and get off that icy lake. Hey, guys, I mean it. Get off the ice. Get off the ice. Hey, there's going to be a meeting between your ass in the palm of my hand if you don't get off the ice. Now get off the ice. I will punch you in the face if you don't get off the ice. Get off the ice now. Get off the ice. Okay, so you've been showing up for the Limas, is that it? Well, I'm going to put on a little show of my own and give you the beating of a lifetime in front of these people now. Somebody better call the cops.
It's outstanding.
Now, did you like that one better, the Get Off the Shed back in the day, or the one with Sarah Michelle Gellar and they're all eating and the forks and the spoons and the knives?
That was the best. That was the best. I drive a Dodge Stratus is incredible.
Like thunder from underneath your feet.
It's coming in hot. Thank you to everybody who participated. It was a wonderful time. Thanks to Curtis Danberg. Thanks to Ryan Wilson. Outstanding what he would do at pick number 6 if Caleb Downs was there. Daryl, the dangerous one, he said who he thinks he should make the defensive coordinator. He wants one of the inside guys. It's an inside job for Daryl.
Did Kenny name a winner for Daytona?
Oh,
Come on, Ken.
Ryan Blaney. Hartford, Ohio's own Ryan Blaney.
Let's go.
And the number 12, Penske Ford. He's Penske material.
Yeah, he is Penske material.
Yep. You always got to go with the hometown guy. I'm glad he got that mustache. He gave him a personality. We're watching the 500 on Sunday. Might be rainy.
Oh, so we got 30 hours at Daytona?
Go to hell.
We'll see you on Monday.
Yeah.
President's Day finish.
Oh, God. That actually worked that night when they did on President's Day. All right, we're back Tuesday. Somebody else will be in for us. Who it is, I don't know. That's on Monday.
Daryl and Nick Padone.
Daryl and Padone. You guys have a wonderful Tall Boy Friday, my friends. Take care. Nobody's playing this weekend. I'd say go Monsters, go Monsters. Yeah.
Thank you for paying attention and making sure that you're not booing, but you clap.
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer.